Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining the Public Service Commission of South Carolina's public hearing and docket number 2020-125E, Dominion Energy South Carolina's application for rate adjustments resulting in a rate increase. At least that's the application, that's the request. Before the commission, we're having a virtual, or I should say hybrid, virtual public hearing that will allow ratepayers and other interested parties to testify for 3 minutes before the commission. To be respectful of everyone's time, we ask that you maintain the 3-minute limit on your comments and or remarks. We have 51 individuals signed up to provide testimony today. As you can imagine, that can take a significant amount of time, even if we stick to the 3-minute rule. Obviously, that would go much longer if we go over the 3-minute rule. So if you would, please, ma'am, please, sir, be conscientious of everyone who wishes to speak today and stick to the 3-minute rule. Before we go any further, please join me in a brief moment of silence. All right, thank you very much. We're going to see who we have here with us before we proceed. Take a roll call of our commissioners, starting with District 1, Commissioner Williams.
Commissioner Williams is participating virtually.
Vice Chair Belzer.
Belzer is present in the hearing room.
Commissioner Caston.
Commissioner Caston participating virtually.
Commissioner Irvin. Commissioner Irvin.
Participating virtually.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Thomas.
Thomas is participating virtually.
Commissioner Powers.
Participating virtually.
And Chairman Williams is here present in the hearing room. Ladies and gentlemen, as the rest of the state and nation are dealing with COVID, so is the Public Service Commission of South Carolina. We are practicing social distancing. We have a limited number of employees and staff here to make sure that we can mitigate the spread of COVID-19. I wish the commission was immune to COVID-19, but we are not. Usually we would have a room full of ratepayers preparing to testify in person, but that's just not the best practice in a pandemic. We did offer, because we know how important this issue is, we did offer the opportunity for in-person testimony for those who wanted to do so, and a few folks took advantage of that. But it seems as if the virtual hearing meets the needs of those interested in testifying, while allowing those who wanted to come in person the opportunity to do so. We have been having some technical difficulties. Technology is great when it works, and you want to curse it when it does not, but our production staff has been doing a pretty good job, really an outstanding job, to allow us to go forward with public hearings in the midst of a global pandemic. What's going to happen here is that our staff is going to call the witnesses at the appointed time. Every witness has been given an appointment to testify, so that you won't have to wait around on hold before you get the opportunity to speak. You can be prepared at the appointed time, receive a call from our staff, and go forward with your testimony. Now, that's the way it's supposed to work. Bear with us if a call drops or some other technical difficulty arises. Please know that we're doing everything in our power to make contact with you and ensure you have the opportunity to testify. That may include receiving a text message. It may include calls from several numbers. So if you're listening, if you're out there listening and you signed up to testify, just please be patient with us and understand that we're going to do the best we can to give you the opportunity to testify. Now, if your appointed time comes and you don't receive a phone call within a 5-minute time span, I'm going to ask that you call the commission. Jocelyn, could you give me the commission number, main line?
Yes, sir. That number is 803-896-5100.
So if your appointment comes and goes within a 5-minute time span and no one reaches out to you, please call 803-896-5100. Give your name and your number, and we will call you back at the end of the hearing. Or if you have something going on that you can't talk to us at the end of the hearing, we'll do what we can to reschedule for Thursday. We're going to do this again on Thursday. So just know that we're going to get to you, all right? We want to give you the opportunity to speak. Before I take appearances from the parties, I wanted to recognize Senator Shealy, South Carolina Senate District 23, who's here in the audience with us, representing her constituents. Again, we are practicing social distancing, and we are wearing our mask and doing everything we can to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. And I appreciate Senator Shealy coming out and joining us to make sure that she is a part of this process in the manner deemed appropriate by the law. All right. With that being said, we will move forward with appearances from the party, starting with the applicant.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, and good evening to Dominion Energy South Carolina's customers in attendance in this virtual format. My name is Matthew Gissendanner, and I am the company's attorney. I represent Dominion Energy South Carolina in matters pending before the Public Service Commission. The company is looking forward to hearing from our customers about the company's proposed rate adjustments. Not only will I be listening to the customers' comments, but so will some of the company's senior management and officers who are watching this virtual broadcast. Our customers' comments are important to us, and we want to hear them. Due to the virtual nature of this hearing, the company has customer assistance representatives watching the broadcast. They are available at any time during the hearing and for 45 minutes after the hearing concludes, and during regular business hours from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, to answer any questions that may be on our customers' mind about Dominion Energy services and assistance available to our customers. The number to reach those customer assistance representatives is 1-800-922-8802. So if you have any questions about bill assistance or ways to make your home more energy efficient or participation in the company's demand-side management programs, please let us know. We want our customers to be fully informed as to what Dominion Energy can do for them. I want to thank you again, Mr. Chairman, for allowing the company the opportunity to appear before you this afternoon, and we look forward to hearing comments from our customers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. AARP.
I got to do the objection.
AARP. Not hearing from AARP. Walmart Incorporated. Sierra Club, United States Department of Defense and all other federal agencies. Frank Knapp Jr., South Carolina Coastal Conservation League, and Southern Alliance for Clean Energy. South Carolina Energy Users Committee.
Mr. Chairman, this is Scott Elliott. I'm here only to observe and would ask, if I may, for leave to excuse myself after some period of time. I simply would like to observe a part of these proceedings.
Request granted.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir. The Department of Consumer Affairs.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Connor Parker. I'm an assistant consumer advocate with the Department of Consumer Affairs. The department has intervened in this matter to advocate for the consumer interests. We are here today to listen to the customers' comments and concerns so that we can better advocate for them. Thank you.
Thank you for your presence, sir. Office of Regulatory Staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Chris Huber here on behalf of ORS. I have a few brief comments regarding who ORS is. I'd like to present if now is a good time.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I stated, my name is Chris Huber. I'm attorney for the South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff, also referred to as ORS. The ORS is a state agency that is completely separate from the Public Service Commission. The ORS is charged with representing the public interest and making recommendations to the Commission regarding the application. Importantly, this hearing today is for consumers such as yourselves to have an opportunity to share your thoughts and comments regarding the company's application for a rate increase. In order for the Commission to make a final decision in this matter, it is important that they hear from you. If you have any questions for ORS, we have a Consumer Services Department that is available to answer questions on weekdays from 8:30 to 5, and that phone number is 1-800-922-1531. And I would like to thank everyone for their attention, their participation, and everyone's work in making this, setting this up virtually. And Mr. Chairman, I would ask that the pre-registration sheet for today's hearing be made part of the record in this case.
The pre-registration sheet will be marked and entered into the record as Hearing Exhibit 8.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is it for ORS.
Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to proceed. You will hear...
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. We did have one preliminary matter that I need to state on the record, consistent with our prior practice and with your ruling at the first public night hearing. The company reserves its evidentiary objections at these public hearings and will make any objections in writing within 15 days after a transcript of this hearing is available. And further, within 15 days after the company makes any such objections, ORS and other parties may provide a response. Thank you.
Noted. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to proceed. You will next hear from Public Service Commission Attorney David Stark, who will provide instructions. Again, please remember the testimony limit is 3 minutes. If you're having difficulty with your appointment, call the Public Service Commission number 803-896-5100. And please have grace and patience with us as we try to conduct this hearing virtually. Without further ado, Attorney Stark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, we'd like to thank everyone for appearing at today's public hearing. This proceeding before the Public Service Commission in docket number 2020-125-E concerns the application of Dominion Energy South Carolina Incorporated for adjustment or increase in its rates and charges for the electric service provided to customers in assigned service territory in the state of South Carolina. Before we begin, we have a few preliminary matters and instructions to go over. While we may be holding this hearing virtually or in a hybrid manner, it is important to remember that this public hearing is as if it were in the hearing room or courtroom. The commission is mandated by law to follow certain procedures. Only those persons who have signed up will be able to speak. The commission won't hear from you unless you've signed up to testify. And if you are signed up to speak, you are testifying as a witness about facts known to you related to Dominion Energy, South Carolina, Incorporated. I'd like to remind everyone that you will be placed under oath, telling everyone that what you are saying is the truth as known to you. Your statements must be under oath in order to be evidence in this case and considered by the commissioners. So after you're called to speak, please give your name, the name of the street that you live on, and the town. You don't need to provide your house number. So if you live at 221B Baker Street, just Baker Street will do. The transcript of this hearing will be published and placed in the record as required by law so that anyone can read it. If you will, please confirm you're a customer of Dominion. Then you may proceed with whatever you want to tell the commission through your testimony. Please speak clearly so that everyone can hear you, including the court reporter. After you're done speaking, please remain on the line for any clarifying questions that the parties or the commissioners might have for you. Everyone who has signed up to speak will be given the same time limit of 3 minutes. We do ask that you limit yourself to those 3 minutes. We have a timer and we'll indicate when those 3 minutes are up. So this is the fourth public hearing in this docket. One more virtual public hearing is scheduled for Thursday, January 7th, beginning at 6 p.m. Please note if you provided testimony during a previous hearing on this matter, you cannot provide testimony a second time, or at another hearing, including the one tonight, or on Thursday evening. So in other words, you get to testify once. The day hearing or merits in this, the merits case in this case began today at 10 a.m. on Tuesday, January 5th, 2021. And this is where the commissioners hear the position of the company, the South Carolina Office of Regulatory Staff, the South Carolina Department of Consumer Affairs, and all other parties intervening in this matter regarding Dominion's proposed rate increase. The hearing is generally a hearing in which various technical people will testify. It will continue until all witnesses and final statements or motions have been presented by all the parties. The hearing is expected to continue at least 5 or more days and will be held virtually. Anyone can watch the proceeding through the Commission's website at www.psc.sc.gov. From there, you can just click on Live Stream tab and it'll pull up. Last and importantly, I've mentioned that if you're signed up to speak, you're a witness testifying in this matter. I must let you know that the commissioners before you are what's called a quasi-judicial body in South Carolina. This means that they are judges or sit as judges in this rate case. They're subject to the rules of judicial conduct and the laws passed by our General Assembly. Just like if you were a witness called in a trial at the county courthouse or when serving as a juror, you cannot ask questions of the judge and expect him or her to answer. The same applies here. So regardless if a commissioner wants to answer a question or clarify any matter of law, the commissioner simply is not allowed to, cannot answer these questions. They are bound by the same judicial rules as a judge. This is the public's opportunity to be heard and say what you want to the Public Service Commission concerning Dominion's request for a rate adjustment. If you have any problems calling into the commission, please try again. As the chairman said and provided, there is a phone number in case you have gone 5 minutes beyond your scheduled time and have not received a call. As the representative for Dominion mentioned, there are representatives from Dominion watching and listening, and I believe that the number provided that you can call them for your statements or questions or concerns would be at 1-800-922-8802. And I believe their business hours are Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., which would include at the conclusion of today's hearing. Mr. Chairman, I believe that concludes the instructions that I have at this time.
All right, thank you, Attorney Stark. It is 1:22, so we're 2 minutes behind. I think we have the first caller on the telephone. All right, now, Rob, you're going to start calling the witnesses, and they will take their cue from you, right? All right, let's rock and roll, folks.
Mr. Chairman, our first witness today is Carly Eason Evans. Carly Eason Evans.
Ms. Evans, can you hear me?
Yeah,
If you
Yeah.
would raise your right hand for me, please.
sure.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, so help me God.
Thank you very much. You can go ahead with your statement and give us your name.
Okay. My name is Carly Eason Evans. I live in Summerville, South Carolina. I am retired and living on a fixed income. My son is disabled. He's 38 years old and lives with me. When I die, I am concerned that with rising costs of electricity and gas, he will not be able to pay all of his expenses. He has lived in this house most of his life. It is his only stable environment and his main connection to me after I am gone. I am certain that there are many people in similar or worse situations, and I implore Dominion Energy to be loving at this particularly difficult time and not raise rates. Consider that Americans are in a time of national disaster, and Dominion Energy can choose to be a company which provides some relief. Please do not raise your rates at this time. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you for calling in, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for taking my testimony.
Well, ma'am, I'm sorry. Before you leave us, commissioners, any questions for this witness? All right, parties. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Please call the next witness.
You're welcome. Okay, thank you.
Next witness is Bernie Miller. Bernie Miller, if you will please pause to be sworn in and then present your testimony.
Mr. Miller, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
If you would raise your right hand, please, sir.
All right, it's raised.
Thank you. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Okay, your kind sirs on the Public Service Commission, I am retired from SCANA, formerly SCANA, after 41 years. Anyhow, my wife and I are alone in the home. She is on oxygen 24/7 for the lung condition, and I have not been able to work since September because my employer basically said they had to scale down because of COVID-19. But our electric and gas bills are pretty well up there with raising rates and such. That we've had to go out and make special arrangements so as just to get the power to stay on, which we've done through church organizations and such like that, because I can't go out of the house now and work because my wife is supposed to be coming from the hospital Friday, supposedly. So I'm going to have to really care for her. And all we get right now is Social Security income and a small 401k. And that's basically what people are talking about is within this COVID-19 deal, that the rates would be less advantageous for the ones that are on fixed incomes, much less the ones that are out of job because of COVID-19. I appreciate your time, and you have a good day, sir.
Sir, thank you for taking the time to call in and share your testimony with us.
All right, sir, you take care. Have a good day.
Sir, before you hang up, just want to make sure that no one has any questions for you. parties?
No, sir. No, I don't, none that I can think of. No,
Oh,
sir.
no, sir, not if you had any questions. I want to see if any of the parties that are on the line have any questions for you, sir. Any questions for this witness?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Vice Chair Belzer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. Thank you for calling in and giving your testimony. Could you tell us where you're located, please?
Yes, ma'am. I'm located down in Charleston, South Carolina, on the coast.
Okay. And you're a Dominion customer, is that correct?
I'm a Dominion Energy customer. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you again for your testimony this afternoon. Mr. Chairman, that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Belzer. If there's not anything else for this witness, please call the next witness.
Our next witness is Ali Reza Dabiri. Ali Reza Dabiri, if you would please pause to be sworn in and then deliver your testimony.
Sir, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay, if you would raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly...
Ali Dabiri.
Thank you. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. I do.
All right. You may begin, give your name, and then go on with your statement.
Yeah, my name is Ali Dabiri, and I need to know the whole extent of this meeting one more time for everybody to understand.
Sir, this is an opportunity to give public testimony regarding Dominion Energy South Carolina's application for rate adjustments.
Okay, well, I don't think, this is ordinary times for a lot of people are hurting. Jobs, reduction in force, and everything else. This is a bad time for anybody to raise rates or anything like that. People are hurting, and I think the commission should take that into consideration.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Any questions for this witness?
No, that's all I have to say, and I just want to mention that these are extraordinary times. People are hurting, and I think the commission and even the Dominion Energy should take that into consideration.
Sir? Hello, sir?
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Would you take a question from one of the commissioners?
Yes, sir.
Vice Chair Belzer.
Mr. Dabiri, I just want to thank you for your testimony this afternoon, and can you tell me where you're calling from, where you're located?
I'm in Gaston, South Carolina, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. And again, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that.
If there are no more questions for this witness, please call the next.
Our next witness is Tamika Ringer. Tamika Ringer, if you would please pause to be sworn in and then provide the commission with your name, your location, and continue with your testimony.
Ms. Ringer, if you would raise your right hand for me, please.
Raise my hand?
Please, yes.
Yes, I'm raising my hand.
All right. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You can go ahead and begin your statement. If you would, give your name and where you're located.
My name is Tamika Ringer. I'm located at 3111 Two Notch Road, apartment 143, Columbia, South Carolina, 29204. I don't really have one. I just think it's not right for them to go up on the light bill for putting the Americans and people in South Carolina, because it's just not. It's just not fair, really. I forgot you were going to call today. I didn't write a statement, so I don't really know what to say.
Well, ma'am, thank you for taking the time to call in and share your testimony. If you would hold the line while we see if any parties or commissioners have questions for you. Any questions for Ms. Ringer?
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Belzer.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ringer. I just want to thank you for your testimony this afternoon, and you did just fine. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, if there's nothing else for this witness, please call the next.
Our next witness is Robert Smith. Robert Smith is not on the line. Art. Okay, who do we have?
So let's pause here for a second. So Mr. Robert Smith was scheduled for 1:45, right? Is that time right? It's 1:33? So we're running a little ahead of schedule. So,
Mr. Chairman, if I may say something real quick, Mr. Edward is
Yes,
on the
ma'am, you
line,
may.
and he's available to talk, so we can go back.
Go back to
Return.
Mr. Smith? Okay.
Yes, sir, but Mr. Edward, I think, is available.
All right.
Our next witness is Kelly Edward. Kelly Edward, if you would please pause to be sworn in and then provide the commission with your name and your street of residence. Thank you.
Is it Ms. or Mr. Edward? Mrs. Ms. Edward?
Yeah,
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
I can. I'm just fine, thank you.
Okay. If you would raise your right hand for me, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And if you would start off by giving us your name, your street and town where you're located, and whether you're a customer of the company.
My name is Kelly Edwards. I stay at 1120 West Avenue, and I am a current Dominion customer in North Augusta, South Carolina.
Okay, you can go ahead with your statement now, ma'am. Thank you.
So I really think that the hiking of the bill is a little unjust. We're already paying a pretty set fee, and times are tight, and with the COVID and everything going around and hours at work being reduced, we don't really have room in our budgets to have a increase in utilities. I'm struggling now as it is, and in all honesty, would love to see the prices go down. I'm through.
Thank you, ma'am. Is that the conclusion of your testimony?
It is.
Ma'am, if you would please hold the line. I want to see if any of the parties or commissioners have questions for you.
Sure.
Any questions for Ms. Edward?
Mr. Chairman, this is Delton.
Commissioner Powers.
Thank you. Ms. Edwards, you said there's a problem at work. Do you mean you have less work, or the bills are affecting your work? I really didn't understand what you were saying.
The hours that we're working are less. I think that the amount of utilities that we are paying are pretty much adequate for our usage. I can't understand the hike in the utility bills, especially in such a dire time. We're going to have so many people that can't afford it, and we're having people that are struggling to afford it now as it is. I think it's just a horrible time. What would the increase be for? Would it ultimately affect us, or would it just be something for the city to be able to take advantage of? I mean,
thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, it's just the times are hard and the bills are already high, and just in my opinion, I think what we do is adequate, and I think that in a crisis, it's a pretty tough and rough time to talk about an increase in paying bills.
Thank you, ma'am, for taking the time out of your schedule to call in and share your testimony with us. If there are no more questions for this witness, please call the next.
Our next witness is Robert Smith. Robert Smith is on the line. If you would please pause to be sworn in and then provide the commission with your name and your street of residence, and then begin your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, if we can't, we're gonna try to reach someone else. I had Mr. Smith and I lost him on the line. So if we can, we'll continue to try him again. It's still-
Okay, I'm tracking that it is 1:39, and our next witness is scheduled to testify at 1:55. Is that correct?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Smith was scheduled to testify at 1:45, so if I can reach him, I think we'll be in good shape. And then we have Ms. Anderson at 1:55. And I don't think it's quite 1:45 yet.
I'm tracking 1:39.
Yes, sir.
Is Ms. Anderson in the queue? No? Okay, so let's try Mr. Smith until 1:55.
Mr. Chairman, I have Mr. Smith on the line.
Let's proceed.
Mr. Smith, can you hear me okay?
Ken?
Good. Okay, if you could raise your right hand for me, please.
Okay.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, good. If you could start off by giving us your name and your town and just your street name, and also if you're a customer of Dominion, and then you can go right into your statement.
Okay, my name is Robert Smith, and I'm from Wagner, South Carolina. And my address is 1144 Shadow Lane Road, Wagner, South Carolina, 29164.
You can go right ahead.
Okay. Well, I just just wanted to say that, and this was about raising the prices, right?
Essentially. Yes.
Yes. I was asking a question. Is this about raising the prices, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In a time like this, I'm thinking, because I've been with SPNG and now Dominion for ever, and at this time, I don't think it would be, to me, it would be fair to raise the prices when people are struggling. Because I myself, for one of my jobs, I work 2 jobs, and one of my jobs have a lot less hours, so I'm kind of struggling. I'm on the
the payment plan thing where you can pay a certain amount, where they average it out or whatever. And I just think that it's not a time to be raising the prices on the bill, and to, kind of help everybody out, so, everybody can maintain their lights and everything. And basically, that's really my statement.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, may I ask you a question?
Uh-huh.
How did you hear about the opportunity to call in and testify today?
How did I hear about it? I got something in the mail.
Good. Did you find it difficult to make an appointment and call in?
No, I did not. It was pretty simple, really.
Okay. Have you ever had any service issues with Dominion or customer service issues?
No, I haven't.
Do you find that your service has been fairly reliable?
Yes.
Okay. So the questions I have for Mr. Smith. Any other questions for Mr. Smith?
All right, thank you.
Please call the next witness. Did you have something, Vice Chair? No? Please call the next witness.
Our next witness is Shawana Williams. Shawana Williams, if you would please pause to be sworn in and then provide the commission with your name, your street of residence, and then commence with your testimony.
Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Could you raise your right hand for me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. If you would start out with your name and where you are, and if you could tell us if you're a customer of the company.
My name is Shawana M. Williams. I am a resident of Graniteville, South Carolina, 405 C Street, Graniteville 29829. And my services is Dominion Energy.
Okay, you can go ahead with your statement.
In reference to Dominion Energy, I've been in South Carolina now about almost 4 years, in Graniteville, rather, South Carolina. But I initially came to South Carolina in 2015. However, dealing with, from, I would say, 2018 till now, I encountered a few issues with Dominion. I have had to make complaints with the Department of Regulatory Staff. Nevertheless, I have gotten no response. I've had to, make calls myself, send emails, things of that nature, which I have documented. Excuse me. Charges, you really just don't know. You see where they're coming from, but at the end of the day, it's an enormous amount, especially when you live by yourself. I have a son that's 20 years old, but he doesn't live with me. He's grown now, so, and then me being out of work, I've just seen, unrelated charges that is just enormously too high at this point. I've spoken also with neighbors and people of that nature in reference to this, and they're kind of saying the same thing, so we're just, they're really not, they're older, so it's not really making a difference, when it comes down to this, but age doesn't have anything to do with it, but, when you're settled, so, however, it's, it's just taking a toll on me. Like I said, I have dates here and times and persons from Dominion as far as representatives, and I've called the headquarters, and these things aren't really documented, which I have them documented. I'm not sure on Dominion's behalf. I do have charges right now
and I have my paperwork as well. I have had $10.95 a month taken out for some type of surge protection that I'm not getting, or was, I actually was led wrong, because what's on paper in the agreement is not, how they operate services, and that's I guess they're in partnership with Dominion. So it's still on there. The charge is still there. So it seems like, all the issues that, I've been having, nothing has been corrected or been, addressed. I've done what I can do to the best of my ability. Sorry for my voice. I'm just kind of within, not just this situation, just my injuries that I have, a slip disc, and not able to really do anything as I should, work related. I've had, within the last year or so, I've had a cutoff. One of the guys came out, I informed him that this was July of 2020, May. This was May of 2020. And, I informed him that, he kind of recognized me from staying here, after so long, you kind of recognize the face. And I've always been a nice person. So, I was explaining to him that I have family, and, that I was, going to pay my bill. I was on the way. So he says, "You're going to pay it now?" I said, "Well, I'm sitting here, waiting." Well, he went back to the truck, and then he came back, and he still disconnected my services. Still, I had the money, and, I know it's the morning of, but normally a cutoff is not until about, the latest is 12 noon if you're on the list. But, it's just the consideration, the outstanding charges, just the whole services, I was looking at a bill the other day, and I just had so many charges, wondering, who am I paying? Who am I paying? I just paid a $1,000 bill that was threatened to be turned off, and like I said, unrelated charges due to some type of insurance, which is inside of your home, which is the surge protection. Like I said, it's irrelevant. It's been 10 months now. They haven't taken it off yet. So that's an extra, amount that I don't need. If they put you under, I would say the what is it called? Deferred payment plan. For some people that from the people who I've talked to, as Dominion and myself, it doesn't work because there are extra charges. It's a double bill that's put in one. So I just encourage my neighbors and people of that nature who have Dominion Energy to, try to, burn, I guess you would say, the, oh gosh, how can I forget? What you call the energy saving bulbs, and, me, myself, I don't use electricity during the daytime. At this point now, I'm not using anything. Nothing is on. Nothing is running. And if you look back at this time, you can see that I unplug everything except the refrigerator, the stove, and the computer. That's about it. But other than that, I unplug everything, and I really don't see a difference in my bill too much. Maybe about $100, but it's been running me for, I would say, $420 to $520 or $540. Since I've been here, I think my lowest was about maybe $175, $200. Being, in the summertime, because this house was built in 1989. So, the furnace is kind of old, but I keep my filters changed. I don't have any leaks or anything, so I'm just taking it one day at a time, praying that you guys find favor, truth in favor in reference to the people who are affected by this.
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Belzer.
Good afternoon, Ms. Williams. Would you answer a couple of questions for me?
No problem. Yes, ma'am.
You've mentioned a $10.95 per month charge for surge protection. Have you asked Dominion to remove that charge from your bill?
Yes, ma'am. I have everything written down. I was actually trying to get more paper where I have so much.
It's okay. Just listen to me a second. And I believe you testified that it's been 10 months. So you asked them about 10 months ago to take it off the bill, and it's still appearing on the bill?
I asked, I think it was around April. It was around April.
Of this year, 2020?
Yes, ma'am. And I've spoken with them in the last few months as well, probably like maybe, I would say 3 in October, 3 months, but almost 3 months ago, in reference to it. They still, it's still there because I got a bill the other day.
Okay. And did you mentioned having talked to the Office of Regulatory Staff. Is this one of the issues that you spoke with the ORS about?
No, this is a separate issue.
Okay. But you've gone through the ORS for help with complaints before?
Yes, ma'am.
And they were able to help you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Williams, I want to thank you for your testimony this afternoon. I appreciate you telling us of your experiences. Thank you, ma'am.
Well, thank you, and you all have a blessed day. Happy New Year.
Please call the next witness.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
we had Mr. Green pre-registered to testify at 2 o'clock. Will you give me permission to continue to try him maybe until around 2:05? Ms. Williams was scheduled to testify at 2:05, if that's okay?
Well, let me ask one question. That's fine, but just want to see, is anyone in the queue? No?
Right now, no, sir.
Okay.
I've been trying Mr. Green during this, while Ms. Williams was testifying.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Irvin.
while we're waiting for the next caller, would it be appropriate if we could ask the Office of Regulatory Staff and the company to contact Ms. Williams about the surge protection issue and see if they can help resolve that for her?
Office of Regulatory Staff, Dominion?
Mr. Chairman, we will certainly do that. I believe that charge that she was referring to was an unregulated charge related to a product that she purchased from HomeServe, but we will certainly contact her to try to resolve that issue.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman, we can contact her as well. This is Chris Huber for ORS.
All right. We would appreciate you all following up with Ms. Williams. Thank you very much, Commissioner Irvin, for bringing that to our attention.
Yeah, stop working on it. I do, but then when you dial the number, nothing happens. Watch that. See, the line should light up. I need another phone. I want to hold on a second.
multiple times to contact witness Ishmael Green, but unfortunately could not reach Mr. Green. Mr. Green, if you're out there listening, call us at 803, call us, that being the Public Service Commission, call us at 803-896-5100. We would love to hear your testimony. We had a Mr. Kevin Hemley, who was scheduled to testify at 2:10 p.m., but due to unforeseen circumstances, will not be able to provide his testimony with us today. At 2:15 p.m., we have a Mr. Carl Bell scheduled to testify. He actually scheduled to testify in person. He made that request to us, but he has since decided to testify by phone, and he is currently on the line. So our next witness will be Mr. Carl Bell.
Mr. Bell? Mr. Bell, can you hear me okay?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Yes, I can. If you would be so kind as to raise your right hand, please.
Pardon me?
Could you raise your right hand, please, so that I can administer the oath?
Yes. My right hand is raised.
Okay. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. If you could start out by giving us your name and town, and whether or not you're a customer of Dominion, and then you can go right ahead with your testimony.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Carl Bell, and I'm a resident of Jenkinsville, South Carolina, where the failed V.C. Sumner Nuclear Site 2 and 3 is located. For years, this community paid into that failed project with nothing to show for it except increased electric bills. On behalf of a small town, which is comprised mostly of senior citizens on fixed incomes, we were quite disappointed that 2 and 3, V.C. Sumner's nuclear plant 2 and 3 failed and left us with the bill. And so now that Dominion is requesting a rate increase, we highly oppose it because we have not thus far seen any benefits from the previous SENG endeavors. We feel that in order for them to receive if they should receive a rate increase, it would be unjust towards the small community. So I represent this small community before the Public Service Commission today, and again, vehemently oppose any rate increase that they may be asking for. And we ask that the Commission take our considerations into consideration very seriously. Again, the community that I live in is mostly comprised of senior citizens. Very many of them are on fixed incomes, and it is a struggle to pay the bills that they are already receiving. Even a $9 increase would be, a big, how should I say it, would be something that they would have to neglect something to pay that. And the electricity that they have and need and require, is very important. So I thank you very much for allowing me to speak before you today.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Any questions for Mr. Bell?
Chairman Williams.
Commissioner Williams.
Thank you. Mr. Bell, thank you for testifying today. I really appreciate it, and I know we all do. My question is, we've heard from leaders in other communities, like I recall there being a neighborhood president. We've heard from legislators. Do you represent a group that you might want to identify? Like, are you calling for an organization? You spoke about kind of your interest on the behalf of Jenkinsville neighbors of yours, and I just wondered if there was an organization that you're with that would help us to recall your testimony.
I would, as far as an organization is concerned, the only organization where a large percentage of those senior citizens and citizens of Jenkinsville live belong to Whitehall African Methodist Episcopal Church, which is the oldest African American church in Fairfield County. And again, I say most of those senior citizens attend that church, and they are actively involved in community issues. So I speak on behalf of that church if I had to name any organization or any affiliation.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. I didn't mean to put you on the spot and say that you had to name a group, but it is. But I appreciate your calling on your own behalf and representing your community. Thank you.
Well, my church was actually the ones who volunteered me, were asked me to volunteer to speak on behalf of the church and the community because they were not aware of anybody else speaking on behalf of the community.
Thank you again. You were voluntold.
Pardon me?
All right, Mr. Bell, thank you so much for providing your testimony with us today. We really appreciate you taking time out to share your comments and concerns with us. If there are not any more questions for this witness, please call the next.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Our next witness is Gloria Robinson. Gloria Robinson, if you would please pause to be sworn in and then give the commission your name, the name of your town, and proceed with your testimony.
My name is Gloria Robinson, and the town that I live in is Sally, South Carolina. And I want to talk to about...
Ms. Robinson?
Ma'am?
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I need to administer the oath to you before you start your testimony.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. If you would raise your right hand for me, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. You can go right ahead.
Okay, I just was, my light company is Diminishing Energy, and they were talking about going up $11 on everybody's light bill. And I don't understand why they want to do that, especially in this time of pandemic. And that's a lot for a lot of people like me. I'm on disability. And they told me that I talked to the people, and they told me, said, well, it was SC&G. It was not Diminishing Energy. Diminishing Energy hadn't come in, might be about 2 years ago. Might be going on 2 years. That's it. But they said they hadn't had a raise since 2012, but it wasn't Diminishing Energy. And I told the people I just don't understand why they want to go up $11 on everybody's light bill. And especially when everything is going up. And it's hard for everybody. But I can speak for myself. It's hard for me. I'm a single parent. I can't work because I'm disabled. And the light bill could be going, it's high enough now. And it's going up. And I just wanted to let y'all hear my side of the story. That if any way possible, some people may not want to speak out, but I wanted y'all to hear my side. If it's any way possible, we do not need to go up because it hasn't been diminishing energy that long anyway. They want to get something back from SC&G because it hadn't been
diminishing energy for, it might be 2 years, might not even been 2 years ago. And I just hope that they don't go up, because I have my own household bills to pay by myself, and it's hard. It's very hard. At least in $11, it don't seem like much, but that's a lot to me. That's a lot to me. And I just hope for the best. That's all I wanted to say, really. I just hope that they don't go up, because it's going to hurt a lot of people not to say anything, but it's going to hurt a lot of people. I know it'll hurt me. And I don't see the cause of them going up, because they hadn't been there that long. I don't see why they want to go up. And everything is going up, food going up, gas going up, everything is going up, especially in this time of pandemic. And I just don't know why they want to go up now. This is a bad time, because people are having a hard enough time dealing with what we got to deal with. And I appreciate it, and I thank y'all for hearing me out. That's mainly what I wanted to say. And I thank y'all for hearing me. And I hope for the best they don't go up. I had to get on a budget plan because my light bill was way up there. And it's still on a budget planning. And I ain't got no choice now, I got to pay it. You know, I'll be without lights. And I don't want that. I hope that don't never come. And I thank y'all for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Ms. Robinson, I got a question for you.
Uh-huh.
How did you find out about the public hearing and the opportunity to speak?
Well, I called to the light place, and I was talking to, I didn't get a name, so I don't know who I was talking to, but I called to the light place, and they were telling me about it. And I think the lady gave me a number to call, and I called that number. And then they gave me a number to call, and I called the number that I needed to get to. And that's how I heard about y'all. And they did send a letter out through the light bill that his could be a hearing on certain days and what time. And that's why I called the light company. And then they gave me numbers, and the place I called, they gave me the other number. And that's how I got in with y'all.
Gotcha. If you don't mind me asking, what part of Sally do you live in?
I live on the countryside of Sally, Hollow Creek.
Oh, yeah, I know exactly where you live. Okay, the reason I asked, most of the folks I know down that way on Aiken Electric.
Yes, I don't know why it was. This was Perry. I don't know why they changed it to Sally, but they changed it. And here's a lot of people down here is on diminishing energy. It's a lot of people down this way on diminishing energy. And one lady I know, she's an elderly lady, and she never gets caught up because her light bill be so high. And she is bed rest, and she's on disability, and she never can get caught up. Like I said, it's going to hurt a lot of people. So a lot of people may not want to call in or say anything, but it's going to hurt a lot of people, and I know some people.
All right, well, we really appreciate you calling in to share that information with us, because if you didn't call us, we wouldn't know about it. So,
Right. Thank y'all for listening.
yes, ma'am. Hold the line. I want to see if anyone else has any questions for you.
Okay.
Any other questions for Ms. Robinson? All right, Ms. Robinson, seems like no one has any questions for you, or any more questions, I should say. Thanks again for calling.
Okay, thank you all too.
Yes, ma'am. Next witness, please.
Our next witness is Gwendolyn Bradley. Gwendolyn Bradley, if you would please pause to be sworn in, and upon being sworn in, provide the commission with your name, the town in which you live, your status as a Dominion customer, and then proceed with your testimony.
Okay, well, first of all, I would like to say good afternoon to each and every one of you. My name is Gwendolyn Bradley. I am a residential of Richland County.
Ms. Bradley,
Yes,
can tell that you are prepared to give us probably the most eloquent testimony we've heard today. But before you do that, would you be so kind enough to allow our court reporter to swear you in?
I'm sorry. Yes,
No,
sir.
you're fine. You're fine.
Thank you so much, ma'am. If you would raise your right hand for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. All right, you go ahead now.
Thank you so much. Once again, I apologize for that. As I was stating, my name is Gwendolyn Bradley. I am a resident of Richland County. And my reason for being a part of this is because I really do think that raising the rate is not a very good idea. My thing is when Dominion Energy first talked about taking over, me personally, I think all of this should have been in the contract. Let us know what's going on. I know a lot of big cooperation and businesses, they do things in the middle of the contract or whatever, however it may be. But for me, we need to realize that, okay, during the pandemic we are going through, a lot of us are not working. Some are working, some may not be working as many hours. So we already have a stressful thing upon us. So you have to look at even our senior citizens. Okay, they're on a fixed income. So are we not worrying about them per se? Or are we just worrying about, okay, making more money or raising whatever they're trying to do? Honestly and truly, I really don't think that this would be a good idea right now. Not right now, maybe never, because look, we already paying, some of us already paying high light bill, high gas bill, and I know the winter months we need heat. So if you got gas and not strictly electric, your gas bill could go up. Well, it's just me and my husband. My gas bill, $95 for this month. Not saying that is real high, but high as normal. My gas bill don't be that high. So, I mean, I really, really don't think they need to think about the citizens of Richland County. Think about the citizens. Think about our elderly. That's what I'm thinking about, the elderly. So me personally, I really don't think that this is a good idea. I really don't. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much for your testimony, ma'am. Are there any questions for this witness? If not, please call the next witness. Do we have anyone online?
Mr. Chairman, based on the schedule that we have posted on our docket management system, the commission is scheduled to take a break from 2:30 to 2:45. The next witness is scheduled to speak at 2:45.
All right, thank you very much. We're on break until 2:45. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Public Service Commission of South Carolina's public hearing in docket number 2020-12E. That's Dominion Energy South Carolina's application for a rate increase. We went on break, and we're about to start with our next witness. That is Ms. Clara Davis. Is that correct? Before we do that, let's do a roll call to make sure we have all our commissioners here with us. We're going to start with District 1, Commissioner Williams.
Commissioner Williams is present virtually.
All right. Vice Chair Belzer.
I am present in the hearing room.
All right. Commissioner Caston. Commissioner Caston. All right, we'll come back to Commissioner. Oh, we hear you right now. Yep, Commissioner Caston, we hear you. All right, Commissioner Irvin.
Present virtually.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Thomas.
Present virtually.
Commissioner Powers.
Present virtually.
All right, and Chairman Williams is present here in the hearing room. Ready to proceed? All right.
Our next witness is Clara Davis. Clara Davis, if you will please pause to be sworn in, and once you've been sworn in, please provide the commission with your name, your place of residence, and your status as a Dominion customer. Thank you.
Ms. Davis, can you hear me?
Yes.
Ma'am, if you would raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You go right ahead and, as Mr. Bachman said, give us your name and your town and whether you're a customer of Dominion, and then you can go right ahead with your statement.
Okay. I'm Clara Davis. I'm a customer at Dominion. My address is 1401 Long Creek Drive, apartment 606C, Columbia, South Carolina, 29210.
You can go right ahead with your testimony, ma'am.
Okay, with the Dominion Energy, I don't think it's a good idea for them to raise any kind of tax or raise anything else on it because it's already high. A lot of people cannot afford it now. Even I can't. The interest is too high. It goes up every day. It's a different price every day. So I don't think that should be allowed for them to add any increase or anything on it.
Does that conclude your testimony, ma'am?
Yes, I'm fully against it.
Okay. Ma'am, would you mind taking some questions from the parties and commissioners if they have any?
I do not mind.
All right. Do we have any questions for this witness?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Powers.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, thank you for your testimony. You said your
Thank
bill
you.
changes. Does it change from month to month, or is the range the same, or are you on a payment plan?
Yes.
And is it higher now than it's been in the past?
Beg pardon?
Is your bill higher now than you've seen in the past?
Yes, it's higher. It's high. As a matter of fact, I gotta have 39 in tomorrow before 5 in order to keep them on.
Okay. Are you able to do that?
I am with the $39. I am, but the other price, I mean, it's just too high.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
You're quite welcome.
All right, if there are no more questions for this witness, please call the next.
Our next witness is Maggie Singleton. Maggie Singleton, if you will please pause to be sworn in, and upon being sworn in, provide the commission with your name, your place of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and your testimony. Thank you.
Ms. Singleton,
Yes.
if you would raise your right hand for me, please.
Okay.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, if you would go ahead and give us your name and your town and whether you're a customer with Dominion, and then give your statement.
Okay, my name is Maggie Singleton. I'm on St. Helena Island in Beaufort County, South Carolina. In Domingo Energy.
Okay, ma'am, you go ahead with your statement now.
Okay, my statement is before Domingo Energy took over, it was FCENG, and Domingo service turned to be a little better than FCNG. I haven't had any problems, out of them. My service has been good. And I'm well satisfied with them. Is there any question you want to ask me? I'd be willing to answer.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much for calling in and sharing your testimony. From the sound of your testimony, it seems that you're completely satisfied with Dominion Energy and have no issues or concerns. Is that a fair statement?
I'm well satisfied.
Okay. Well, that's good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
If you would pause or hold the line, I want to see if anyone else has any questions for you.
Okay, then.
Any questions for Ms. Singleton? All right, Ms. Singleton, thank you so much for calling in. If you don't mind me asking you one question.
Okay.
How did you hear about this hearing?
I received a notice in the mail.
Okay. And if you wouldn't mind telling me, once you received the notice, what did you do next?
I made the call.
Okay. Did you have any issues with that?
No, I didn't have any issue with that.
Okay. All right. Do you feel like you've had an opportunity to be heard today?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. If there's no further questions for this witness, please call the next.
Our next witness is Georgiana Childs. Georgiana Childs, if you would please pause to be sworn in, and upon being sworn in, provide the commission with your name, your place of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and your testimony. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Childs, if you would raise your right hand for me, please.
Okay.
Okay. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. If you would just start with your name and town and whether you're a customer of Dominion, and then you can go ahead with your testimony.
Georgiana Childs. I live in Elders Pond subdivision in Richland County. I am a Dominion customer. Was that it?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead with your testimony.
Okay, now, if I'm not mistaken, this is in regards to an increase that Dominion Energy is asking for?
That's correct.
Am I correct?
That's right. You're right.
Okay. Well, I wanted to give my testimony in protest of the, increase. I'm a senior citizen. I'm on a fixed income. And it seems like
Everybody's just waiting in line for their increase. We just got an increase from our water bill. Now Dominion is asking for an increase. I don't think that at this particular time, with this pandemic surging through the country, that anyone should be asking for an increase. Okay, most people are living from, paycheck to paycheck, if they have a paycheck at all. And, some people have to go on food lines. So how does that justify your getting an increase at this particular time? Can't this wait until until we are back to some kind of normalcy? Are people that hungry for money that it doesn't matter the condition of, the people, the customers that you service? And to be honest with you, I'm still waiting for what was the amount? $2,000 from the failed project at whatever that place was. We don't hear anything about you giving anything back to us, but it's always that you're asking us to pay more. I really don't think that that's fair at all. Okay, and I appreciate the opportunity to voice my opinion. I'm sure that I'm not the only one that feels this way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Would you mind taking a few questions from the parties or commissioners?
I'd be glad to.
Any questions for this witness? Ma'am, I have a question for you.
Okay.
You referenced a $2,000 payment.
Yes.
Where did you hear that you would receive $2,000?
Well, I'm not sure if the amount is correct, but what I'm talking about is what's been on the news all the time, in the past, where they were saying that, the customers were going to be getting some kind of rebate, some kind of money coming back to us. But it just panned out. We don't hear anything about it anymore. And I believe it was because of the failed project that I don't know the exact name of the project, but I do believe you know what I'm talking about.
I believe I do. Who did you hear, or who told you that you would receive that payment?
Well, this is on the news. It was reported on the news. I'm an avid watcher of CNN and ABC News, and that was reported quite a bit.
Really?
Everybody was talking about it.
Do you recall hearing any follow-up reports about it, or any information as to what happened to that $1,000 or $2,000?
Well, it was a pretty hot subject for a while, but then it just died out. We didn't hear anything else. And it's been quite some time, since we've heard anything else. But
how did that make you feel?
It was mentioned that it was a possibility that the customers would be getting a certain amount of money, and I believe it was $2,000 or something like that. But it just, went away. Nobody's talking about it at all anymore.
I understand. How did that make you feel?
It made me feel like they don't really care, or you don't really care about giving anything back to the customers, even though it was not our fault as to what happened with the failed project. We didn't have any control over that at all. And it's like we're the ones that always have to, bear the brunt of everything. It always falls back on the customers. And I feel a lot that it's to line the pockets of, the big executives, and I don't think that that's fair.
Do you feel as if you should have received some type of update or follow-up information regarding that payment?
Yes, I think everyone should have been made aware as to what the status of it was. They mentioned it at one point, they talked about it for a while, and then it just went away. But I don't think anybody can say that they got a definitive answer as to, what happened to it.
Well, I'll tell you what, You definitely haven't forgotten about it.
No, I haven't.
All right. Well, ma'am, thank you so much for sharing your testimony with us. If there are no more questions for this witness, please call the next. You're welcome, ma'am.
Our next witness is LaShawn Rice. LaShawn Rice, if you would please wait to be sworn in, and once you've been sworn in, provide us with your name, your place of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and then begin your testimony. Thank you.
Is it Mr. Rice or Ms. Rice? Hello?
Yes.
Hello, Ms. Rice. Could you raise your right hand for me, please?
Yes.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you would just start off with your name and your town, and then you can go into your testimony.
My name is LaShawn Rice. I'm from Allendale, South Carolina. And I think that we should not raise the rent. Raise the price for the Dominion, South Carolina.
All right, ma'am. Does that conclude your testimony?
Yes.
All right. Any questions for Ms. Rice? Ms. Rice, it appears as if no one has any questions for you. Thank you so much for taking the time to call in and share your testimony with us. I have a quick question for you.
Yes.
How did you hear about this hearing?
It came to me in the mail.
Okay. And did you find it easy to call in and make an appointment to provide your testimony?
It was.
All right. Well, Ms. Rice, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your testimony. I hope you have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
All right. Please call the next witness.
Our next witness is Yolanda Telfair. Yolanda Telfair, if you will please pause to be sworn in, and once you've been sworn in, provide the commission with your name, your town, your status as a Dominion customer, and then proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Ms. Telfair,
Yes.
if you would raise your right hand for me, please.
Okay.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you would just start with your name and town, as Mr. Bachman asked, and then you can go on with your testimony.
My name is Yolanda Telfair, and I stay in Hampton, South Carolina.
Yes, ma'am, you can continue.
Yes. I was given the option to testify today, just accordingly about Dominion Energy. The fact that I'm not understanding how my bill keep rising. Sometimes I cannot run my air or my heat, and it still, my prices go up. My light bill done been almost $600 within 2-3 months, and my lights don't run like that. I would leave my house from 6 o'clock in the morning, and I come back home at 5 in the afternoon, and I still don't understand how can a light bill be that high. If I could have changed my light bill and went to Palmetto, I would, but because I stay in a town limit, I can't. I just find that it's very ridiculous to have a light bill that ridiculously high, and then when it comes to the point where you don't have the money, they completely cut you off. So it's been times and times I had to make payments arrangements so me and my kids won't be in the dark. Because I don't understand how that comes up to be that. My light bill is high just as much as my mortgage is, and I don't understand how that's possible at all.
Does that conclude your testimony, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Would you mind taking a couple of questions from the parties or the commission?
Yes.
Any questions for this witness? I got a couple of
Chairman
questions.
Williams?
Oh, yes, Commissioner Williams.
Thank you. Ms. Telfair, thank you for testifying today. You mentioned that you don't have the option of going to Palmetto, and I'm curious if you have any idea how your rates compare with some of your neighbors or your community members that are able to use the Palmetto service.
We aren't able to use Palmetto because we in a town limit. Palmetto is really used for like people outside of the town limit consider as the country. So we're not able to use. We have to use SC. We have to use Dominic Energy. I'm used to saying SCNG, but we have to use those because we're in the town limit.
Yes, ma'am. I was just curious if you had an idea of how your bills compared to to people that were in the Palmetto district.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
Okay.
Commissioner Williams, I can ask the question for you if you want me to.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Telfair, do you know if your bill is higher on average than some of your neighbors, family, friends, relatives that live out in the country on Palmetto?
No.
You don't know whether it's higher or not?
It's higher than majority of people I know that lives out there. And majority of people that have Palmetto as well, they can change their lights from regular lights to prepaid lights.
To prepaid lights?
Yeah, they can change it to having a regular light bill, and they can change it to prepaid lights, which it can help them. Whatever they put on it, that's what they use. So they can get like a balance back, letting them know this is what's left on your account before your lights get disconnected.
Interesting. Do you think something like that would help you out?
I definitely would think it would help. It would help a lot of people out, especially when it comes down to you getting a light bill for a December bill in the mail in January, and it's like, okay, well, you have X, Y, and Z amount of time to pay it, but that's not enough for notice.
I got you. On average, is your home about the same size as some of the folks that live out in the country?
Yes, it is. I live in a mobile home. I don't have a 2-story or anything like that. I have everything ground floor. The thing about it, I have one light pole. My light pole is in the back of my house, not even in the front. When I call to see if they can even put another light pole out in the front, they charging me for almost $30 to put another light pole in the front, and that would make my light bill go up extremely more higher. That what I was explained, was told to.
Have you ever talked with anyone at Dominion about coming out and doing an energy assessment on your home?
Yes, I did.
What
they
happened?
Basically, told me that they would have someone come out or they could try it, but then they told me I couldn't have done it. I don't understand why, but I done talked to 2 or 3 different people with that.
I got you.
So I just gave up with it. I just said, if I can pay what I can pay, and I done tried going to get help paying my light bill, and you only get help from ESS for a certain amount of time. You can only get out of 1 year. You can only get 1 time of help.
Got you. All right, ma'am. Well, I would like to do
Mr. Chairman.
what I can to help you. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there someone who would like to be heard?
I'm sorry. This is Mr. Gissendaner from Dominion Energy, but I will allow you to finish. I thought you were getting ready to wrap up with her.
No. Go right ahead, Attorney Gissendaner.
Ms. Telfair, this is Matt Gissendaner. I'm an attorney with Dominion Energy, South Carolina, and I've reviewed your last couple of months' bills as we've been talking, and I just wanted to make you aware that we have customer assistance agents standing by today, and if you would like, you can give them a call at 1-800-922-8802, and they will be able to speak with you about possible customer assistance options to see if they can help you out or if those would be available to you. So I would just suggest that and recommend that you give them a call. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can I get that phone number again?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. It's 1-800 922 8802. 922-8802, and that's a 1-800 number.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Gissendanner. Any more questions for this witness? Ms. Telfair, thanks for calling in and sharing all that information with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Please call the next witness.
Our next witness is Elzina Edwards. Elzina Edwards, if you will please pause to be sworn in, and once you've been sworn in, please tell the commission your name, your town, your status as a Dominion customer, and then proceed with your testimony.
Ms. Edwards?
Okay. My name is Elzina Edwards. I reside at 260
Ms. Edwards?
Hill Road, Garnett, South Carolina, and I am a customer of Dominion.
Ms. Edwards?
Yes?
I am so sorry to interrupt you, but I need to put you under oath before you give us your testimony, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
Okay. If you would raise your right hand.
Okay. All righty.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you so much. You go right ahead now.
Okay. My name is Elzina Edwards, and I reside at 260 Grant Hill Road, Garnett, South Carolina. I've been a customer, first it was South Carolina Electric and Gas since 1974, and when Dominion bought it out, we became a part of Dominion, and at first, light bill was pretty decent, and then, things got up, got a little bit higher. So my thing is, I would appreciate if you'll take in consideration that a lot of people are on fixed income, because I have a young lady, I'm on fixed income, we live on fixed income, but I have a young lady who really have a hard time. So I have to try to help her pay her bill, because she can't hardly pay, because sometimes the light is off because she can't really afford it, because it's kind of high. So I really do appreciate if you take in consideration, not to increase the rate, because a lot of people are having problem, and we have a lot of people who really not working right now. So I would appreciate it, and I'll just appreciate if you hear my concern, that I am concerned about others, and I do like to help others, but right now it would help us all if we don't increase the rate. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. Does that conclude your testimony?
Yes.
Any questions for Ms. Edwards? Hearing none. Ms. Edwards, thank you so much for taking the time to calling in. Ms. Edwards, may I ask you a quick question before I let you go?
Uh-huh.
How did you hear about this hearing today?
Actually, I got a letter in the mail.
Who was the letter from?
It was from Columbia. Listen, I'm looking at its address from Columbia. It said, notice of additional public hearing, docket number 2020-125E.
Yeah, I know where that came from. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, all righty.
Please call the next witness.
Our next witness is Aaron Brewer. Aaron Brewer, if you'll please be sworn in, and then upon being sworn in, provide the commission with your name, your town, your status as a Dominion customer, and then proceed with your testimony.
Yeah, this is Aaron Brewer. I am in
Mr. Brewer.
South Carolina.
Mr. Brewer?
Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, sir, and I would like to administer the oath to you if I could before you give your testimony.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's perfectly fine. If you would raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm sorry to interrupt.
You wanted my name and town, is that right? Aaron Brewer, Charleston, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, 29464.
Yes, sir. You can go right ahead.
Is there anything? Okay. Yeah, I'm responding really to the public notice that went out to all of the, all of the people who are, in the service area for Dominion. And, my background has been in banking and in finance for a number of years, and I also serve on the board for, local nonprofits such as the Low Country Food Bank and, 180 Place, which helped people, in need and below the poverty line. So, have a pretty good beat and a pretty good understanding of business and a pretty good understanding of how things go down. And I think it's a travesty for our state what happened with this whole debacle with a utility company. And I think it's important for everybody to understand what purpose a utility company serves. There's a reason that they are a monopoly, and it's because it requires a lot of investment, and competition in that particular segment is not healthy for the economy and for the end user. With that being said, it's why it's a regulated industry. And having been someone who worked for 18 years, founder of a bank and head of the market for large banks, I understand what regulatory burden is, and I understand what the regulatory burden is, particularly post the downturn. Utility companies are not for profit. As much as they have shareholders and as much as there is a yield on that company for those who invest in it, its first and foremost function is to provide a service. And we have been failed by SCE&G. We've been failed by the politicians who supported the payouts and supported financial support for their elections to let that debacle get to the point where we needed a bailout. The bailout that came was misleading to the common person, for people not in business that are average American citizens, South Carolina citizens, who were lured in with short-term incentives and, quite frankly, a lack of options. So we've been failed. Everybody knows that. That's a fact. That can be documented. That failure was bailed out by Dominion Energy's opportunity to see a merger where they could come in and acquire through funding and a pretty creative opportunity to expand their footprint. It provided a solution for the state of South Carolina. And for the most part, they got a freebie. That freebie with the bailout and all of the incentives that have been given to Dominion to come in and step in, and in turn, expand their footprint, increase their stock price, and have an opportunity to continue to profit in the utility sector. In order for a utility company to profit, they have to do one of two things. They have to be really good operators, or they have to ask the government if they can have some more profit. And what this hearing is about is asking for more profit. It has been such a short period of time since Dominion acquired SCE&G. It's insulting to the citizens of South Carolina who rely on elected officials to represent them, elected officials that, quite frankly, aren't qualified to be doing business and making business decisions. But nonetheless, that's the situation we're in. And so what I'm trying to articulate to you is that there are a number of people that can barely afford their bills, not just during COVID, but pre-COVID. I see them in the meals that we serve at the food bank. I see the footprint that we have to reach out to in our rural state. We are a very rural state when you get out of Charleston, Columbia, and Greenville. The poverty statistics along the I-95 corridor are the worst in the nation. And the people that we need to take care of need to be taken care of today in a small way by blocking this rate increase. It is not your right as a utility company to profit. The government's regulatory function is to make sure, quite frankly, that you don't profit too much, but you have enough money to sustain your business operations. The challenge for profiting and earning your salaries as executives should come in the form of good operations. You should figure out a way to run your business better. It's pathetic that you're on hands and knees with politicians that you've supported in electoral campaigns and asking them for profit. That's what this is. Make no mistake. This is a request for more profit. This is not an emergency request to save your company. This is not an emergency request to improve your service. This is not an emergency request for you to sustain operations. How many companies have we tried to support through these bills, these trillions of dollars of bills that we are currently passing in our Congress to save America. Our country has never been in more debt, and we are printing trillions and trillions of dollars, sacrificing the future so that we can save today and people can get fed. Sadly, it's only going to be $600. That's not going to go far at all. And for a rural state like South Carolina to be in a bad situation with a utility company because of poor government oversight is sad. And the fact that we have Dominion coming in to bail it out wasn't really a bailout if you look at the numbers. It's a very good business transaction for Dominion. This has been very, very good. And their confidence to apply for a rate increase, basically to pay for all the incentives that they lured and fooled the average citizen in to vote for this, is taking advantage of the weak. It's taking advantage of weak people who don't understand business and what they're signing up for. It's right up there with cigarettes, alcohol, and drugs. And you've taken advantage of these people merely out of your sheer effort to ask for more profit. How in the heck can you take profit right now in a time where it's survival as a country? In the state of South Carolina, even in Charleston, South Carolina, it might surprise you to know that West Ashley High School, one of the largest high schools in the state, 10% of that population is considered homeless. Those are children. That's our future. And they're less than 5 miles from one of the most thriving cities in the country. And asking for profit because you can't figure out how to operate more efficiently to make real profit from your intellect and your business acumen is not supported by me. It's not supported by any citizen who understands this. I'm ashamed that this is even on the table right now. I'm ashamed that you at least didn't defer this until the end of COVID. I'm ashamed that the politicians are even having this hearing. Asking for profit is all this is about. And I have taken time out of my day and my business and what I'm trying to accomplish to have this phone call and represent all of the people who don't know that this is going on, who don't understand the notices that go out because they're so wordy and complicated. You're asking for a rate increase with no justification, no support. Dominion Energy is not going bankrupt and is not having issues. You just want to pay for your transaction that you willingly signed up for. You did this on your own accord in a free market, came into the state, and you knew what you were doing. I adamantly oppose this rate increase. I adamantly oppose any kind of support financially. This is your problem that you signed up for. You've already received incentives and support from the state of South Carolina's taxpayers. Deal with it. And quit trimming the trees in front of my house. They're beautiful oak trees. Figure out how to put lines underground. Thank you. That is all I have.
Any questions for this witness?
Please ask some questions.
Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Sounds like we got okay, we have ORS and Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Williams, I'm going to give you the privilege of going first and allow ORS to go last. Commissioner Williams?
Thank you. Let me know if I'm not being heard well enough.
We'll hear you better now.
Calling in.
Yeah, we hear
I can
you.
hear you, Commissioner Williams.
Okay. Mr. Brewer, you mentioned your connection with 180 Place and with the Low Country Food Bank. Are you in a position to reflect at all on what the rate increase will mean to those two organizations?
I am on the finance committee of the organization, and I can tell you right now that the rough estimate of this rate increase is going to be around $4,000 a year for the office space and around $5,000 to $6,000 a year for the warehouse space. It's hard to tell based on how hot the summers get, but on an average, about $15,000 a year impact to those organizations. I'm a former board member of 180 Place and was part of building the new building. And I will tell you that the two main reasons that we built the new building, which is the best building in all of the Southeast for homeless people, it houses United States veterans, both men and women, which you have to separate, families, 100 men, and up to 40 women every single night, and it is slam-packed right now. You have to be sober to get in, and we have 100 staff members that take care of breaking the cycle, not just giving them a place to sleep. It's something to be proud of from the sense of the solution, something not to be proud of because of the demand. And when we had our old building, which was donated by Piggly Wiggly previously, our power bill was running $140,000 a month, and this was 10 years ago. So we had to build a new building because it was inefficient. And so we spent the money and made a business decision to reinvest in better infrastructure and more capacity. So the two drivers were the demand and the need for a more efficient space because we couldn't afford the power bill anymore. And I'm sorry with that number I gave you for the food bank. That is quarterly, so it would be more around $50,000 a year on the rate increase. And I can go on to other nonprofits, but if you guys understand the nonprofit world, you would understand they're usually not in a fancy building. They're not in the most efficient space. And so these rate increases are very impactful to the nonprofit community. And furthermore, if you think about the general living conditions of South Carolina, whether it be a mobile home, a manufactured house, or just a really old house, if you've ever driven Meals on Wheels and you go to the rural routes of South Carolina, if you look at the amount of this population who sends kids to school off of the I-95 corridor without shoes, I can tell you they're not getting the STAR certified energy saving appliances. I can tell you they don't have the brand new glass, efficient glass that's in their homes. All of the incentives that are given out for more efficient quality of building are for the middle class to take advantage because they're the only ones that have the money to do it. So you look at the average income of the state of South Carolina, it's not real hard to do the math since this is all about math. It's not real hard to back into how many people are living below the poverty line in South Carolina. Think about what these rates do to them.
Thank you very much.
And that's the majority, not the minority of South Carolinians.
All right, next question for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Chris Huber for ORS. I just had a couple quick questions for Mr. Brewer.
Please proceed.
First, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Brewer. And my questions also are regarding the food bank. Have you seen the demand for the food bank services increase due to COVID?
Well, that would be I'm assuming that's a rhetorical question considering that it's at the greatest demand in the history of the food bank. This food bank covers from the border of North Carolina all the way to the border of Georgia. That is not a small space. We just went through a new CEO search and executive search because our longtime CEO announced retirement in December of last year. She stuck with it for a year, and they're putting in 60 to 70 hours a week. Working during the pandemic, there is no quarantine or hide them out. We have to get that food out. And on top of that demand that you've seen, we can't find food. We literally have had to get resourceful and take truckloads of what we do have, which is dairy in our area, and trade it with the Savannah Food Bank to get a truckload of. The food bank is supported heavily by all of the grocery stores who are extremely philanthropic, and they don't have it to give. Has anybody tried to buy toilet paper this year? Raise your hand. I can't see you, but I'm sure everybody is raising their hand. 2020 was a tough year for toilet paper, so imagine going down the food chain, literally, and figuring out how to feed people. We've been very blessed with good financial support, but it's taken every ounce of that to find the food and pay a premium to get it. And nutrition on top of that. We don't just take any food. We take quality nutrition. We're up 40% over the last 3 years with replacing what would be considered non-nutritious food as far as a standard for food bank nutrition with Feeding America. And we in Charleston exceed that standard. But with schools being closed and part-time, everything, we've had to go to what we call fresh for alls and drive the food to the people. There's not a church in the rural part of any part of this state that's not getting support from their local food bank. And they line up at 7 a.m. in the morning for a 9 a.m. delivery. Hundreds of people every Saturday, all along the I-95 corridor and anywhere outside of 15 miles outside of downtown Charleston. People are lined up to get food. It's terrible. But fortunately, we're a really good food bank. We're one of the best in the country. We had over 250 applicants nationwide for the CEO position. So we do a really good job with that, but this money is important. And if you go all the way down to people with disabilities, people who have wheelchairs and chargers and handicaps and things of that nature that live in a good portion of these rural areas, if anybody in your room has ever served Meals on Wheels, you know what I'm talking about. And it's not like you're feeding 40 people. Right here in Mount Pleasant, I'd say Mount Pleasant's one of the wealthiest parts of the state per household. Across the street from where I live, there's dirt roads with people still living in FEMA trailers from Hurricane Hugo, plugged into a temporary power pole. You want to do something good? Go out there and give them, better power service. But the rate increases are not for. Look, it's not going to impact my family one bit. I'll see a rate increase of $20 to $30 a month spread out. It's basically repayment of a loan and then some profit. I mean, I've done everything I can with energy efficient windows, spray foam, and all you can imagine. I'm in the minority, and that's why I spend my time volunteering to help those who don't have that luxury. Look at the statistics. South Carolina does not lead the nation in a lot of education categories or a lot of positive categories in general other than tourism and friendly people. You get outside of that, we're leading the nation in just about every category you don't want to be leading. And Dominion Energy's customers are right in the heartbeat of all of that. It's your responsibility and your fiduciary responsibility to the constituents of this state, especially when you're talking to a business person who knows exactly how this deal went down. We didn't have any other options. Dominion Energy willingly signed up for this. But to turn around within 3 years and ask for a profit versus running your business better, insulting. Not warranted, not acceptable. And then on top of that, to do it during a pandemic, that's a joke. Who the hell is out there asking for legislators to raise their hand and vote yes to increase power bill rates on a monopoly? I couldn't sleep at night if that were me. I wouldn't be able to go to bed and say, well, they donated to my campaign, I had to do it, honey. That's insulting. I wouldn't do it. There's no way I could do that. I answer to God, and God will be the judge in the end of all this. And you want to go raise the rates on the poor? Go for it. Not on my watch.
Attorney Huber, do you have any other questions?
No, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Brewer, and thank you for the work that you and the food bank do.
All right. Any other questions for this witness?
Great state of South Carolina.
Mr. Chairman, I had a few. This is Mr. Brewer. This is Matt Gissendanner. I'm the attorney for Dominion Energy South Carolina. Was I correct? I understood you to say that you were a former board member of 180 Place in Charleston. Is that correct? Mr. Brewer?
Mr. Chairman, I'll have to call him again. Mr. Chairman, I'll have to call Mr. Brewer.
Attorney Gissendanner, it appears that Mr. Brewer's call dropped. I'm sorry we couldn't get to your questions. Hopefully we can. All right, Jocelyn, are you trying to call him back now? All right. I know a lot was shared during that testimony. I'm sure everyone wants opportunity to ask questions. All right, Attorney Gissendanner, looks like we have Mr. Brewer back on the line.
Hey, sorry, I thought I was done.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Mr. Brewer. This is Matt Gissendanner. I'm an attorney with Dominion Energy, South Carolina. And I wanted to be clear. I understood you say that you were Gissendanner, Gissendanner. I understood you to say that you were a former board member. I'm with Dominion Energy, South Carolina.
No, what law firm?
I'm in-house at Dominion Energy, South Carolina.
Okay, so you represent Dominion Energy's interest. Got it. Okay.
Correct. And I understood you to say that you were a former board member of 180 Place in Charleston. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so you are aware that the company has made substantial contributions on numerous occasions to 180 Place. Is that also correct?
That's correct.
Okay, including.
Can you give a total dollar amount?
Are you aware of the total dollar amount?
I'm asking you. I mean, you're making the statement that you are good guys who donate to the community. I'd like to know if you know the dollar amount.
Hey, Attorney Gissendanner, Witness Brewer, the commission has been more than lenient, allowing this testimony and questions to go on far past the 3-minute limit that we impose. I'm an advocate for that because I believe everyone has opportunity to be heard. And if it takes a little bit longer, I'm okay with that. Now, what I'm not okay with is unnecessary back and forth. Witness Brewer, if Attorney Gissendanner asks you a question and you know the answer, please answer it. If not, just respond with you don't know the answer. Attorney Gissendanner, please do not antagonize the witness.
No, I understand that. And I understood him to respond that he was aware that the company had made substantial donations on numerous occasions to 180 Place in Charleston. Mr. Brewer, are you also familiar that that the company's assistance included the construction of a playground for homeless children, and also assistance with the construction of dormitories for homeless individuals, particularly veterans?
I am familiar that there is support because there is a lot of support from a lot of organizations. I have not been on the board during Dominion Energy's tenure, but I'm sure that's public record for what's been donated because the financials are, and I can tell you that it's not a top donor.
And Mr. Brewer, are you also familiar with the fact that the company also supports the Low Country Food Bank, which I believe you referenced as well and has for years?
I am aware of that.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
I would like to make one quick statement. Dominion Energy has not been here for, 20 years. So these commitments and support are appreciated. And I hope that they continue and that they increase.
I wasn't antagonizing.
But they are not proportional to what we're talking about today. Thank you.
All right. Witness Brewer, thank you so much for taking time to join us today. Please call the next witness.
Our next witness is Stephanie Newman. Stephanie Newman, if you will please pause to be sworn in, and once you have been sworn in, please provide the commission with your name, your town, your status as a Dominion customer, and then your testimony. Thank you. Please pause to be sworn in.
Ms. Newman, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Good. If you could raise your right hand, please.
Okay.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you would go ahead and give us your name and town and whether you're a customer with Dominion.
Okay. My name is Stephanie Newman. I live in Batesburg, Leesville, and I am a customer of Dominion Energy.
Okay, you can go ahead with your testimony, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't understand why you would even consider giving these people a rate hike. I think I read where it was reduced 15% and now they want 8%, which is more than half back. I have lived in the same house for 20 years, and I paid for that nuclear plant every month. My kids have Mid-Carolina Co-op, and they got checks for this settlement. I didn't, and I even asked about that. And they said I wasn't on the list, whatever that meant. I wrote an article in the Twin City News paper about Dominion and the hundreds of times they've cut our electricity off down here. And the director of operations and a congressman called me. The cutting off our electricity so much cut the breaker off to my hot water heater. It cut the heat pump off, and the air conditioner man said that the surges in power are terrible. It didn't do me any good to even talk to him, but I tried. And I know this won't do me a blind bit of good to say anything, because every single time they've asked, SCE&G and Dominion Energy has asked for a rate hike, it's been given to them. But if we had competition and more energy companies to choose from, the prices wouldn't be as high. And that's my testimony. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. Are there any questions for this witness? Ma'am, thank you for calling in today. Please enjoy the rest of your day. Next witness.
Our next witness is Gwendolyn Firkin. Gwendolyn Firkin, if you will please pause to be sworn in by our court reporter, and then once you've been sworn in, please provide the commission with your name, the town in which you live, your status as a Dominion customer, and then provide us with your testimony. Thank you.
The name is
Ms. Firkin?
Gwendolyn Furcon. That's Furcron.
Ms. Furcon, I'm sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. I need to put you under oath before you give your testimony, if that's okay.
My address is 149 Elkhorn Lane, 29229.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Could I put you under oath before you go farther?
I did not understand what you said.
Would it be all right if I swear you in before you give your testimony?
Correct. Yes, it would be okay.
Okay, good. Would you raise your right hand for me?
Okay.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
The testimony I'm about to give is the truth that from me. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I had to interrupt. You go right ahead.
Okay. I'm going to start this with, because I cannot give you a history. PSC should know the history of Dominion and how we got here where we are today. It seems to me the problem is really the PSC of South Carolina. With my short tenure here in South Carolina, I have had occasion to come in contact with two companies that the PSC are considering rate increases or have already granted Palmetto a rate increase. Both of these companies, Palmetto and Non-Dominion, come into South Carolina and purchase or merge with other utility companies. Since this is about Dominion, I won't talk about Palmetto Utility. The reason I think PSC is the problem, because it seems to me they do not investigate the company. For example, Dominion background. Dominion CEO talked a good game of how SCE and G customer will benefit from the merger. For example, they said they would give the customer $1,000 a month. And then they said that they would decrease the customer rate by $7 a month. With the recent merger, they are asking for an increase now. They just really came into South Carolina. They just merged with SCE&G. If PSC would study the proposal of the merger and the promise by the CEO, they would see that the requested increase is a sham. Dominion continued to recover funds from the failed nuclear reactor by scanner and incurring the costs. They are passing those costs on to the customer. Where are the significant benefits that the customer are to receive according to the CEO of Dominion? Should the customer continue to carry the burden of the failed reactor? Dominion only interests are the stockholders. They will continue to ask for rate increase on the customers. This is only the beginning of Dominion asking for rate increases. They have a trail, especially if you had investigated. You'll see how they are always asking for increases because I came from Cleveland, Ohio, and I have had some experience with Dominion. Since they failed to pay the $1,000 that they were supposed to give to the customer, where is the decrease in the rate charges? What happened to the $7 a month? I am requesting that the PSC deny the increase to Dominion, and not only deny this increase, but that Dominion should be locked in to not get a rate increase for the next 5 years. That's my testimony.
Thank you, ma'am, for calling in and sharing your testimony with us. Any questions for this witness? Hearing none, please call the next witness. Have a great day, ma'am.
Our next witness is George Brown. George Brown, if you will please wait to be sworn in, and then once you have been sworn in by our court reporter, please provide the commission with your name, the town you live in, your status as a Dominion customer, and then proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Mr. Brown,
Speaking.
if you would raise your right hand for me, please.
What does this entail?
I just need to place you under oath, or actually to affirm you before you give your testimony, if that'll be all right.
That's the whole thing. I don't know what this testimony is all about.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
This is Chairman Williams. Did you schedule an appointment to testify before the Public Service Commission regarding Dominion's application for a rate increase?
Okay, yes, I did.
That's what the testimony is about.
All right, well, why do I have to testify?
You can just talk if you like, as long as you affirm who you are.
My name is George Franklin Brown, Sr., and I'm against any rate increases in the services, period.
Is that your statement, sir?
That's my statement.
Any questions from Mr. Brown?
Yes, I have a question.
Mr. Brown, unfortunately, we can't answer questions from you?
Oh, you can't?
No, sir.
I see. So it's back to the same old thing. You're gonna do what you wanna do anyway, right?
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Brown? Hearing none. Mr. Brown, thank you for calling in and sharing your statement with us. Please call the next witness.
Our next witness is in the process of being contacted. Yes, our next witness is Jacqueline Weinglass. Jacqueline Weinglass, if you will please wait one moment to be sworn in by the court reporter, at which point you can provide us with your name, your status as a Dominion customer, the town in which you reside, and then proceed with your testimony.
Ms. Weinglass,
Yes.
if I could swear you in before your testimony, if that's okay, would you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. If you could just give your name and town before you start, and also tell us if you're a customer of Dominion.
Okay, I got the first part. My name is Jacqueline Weinglass. I live here in Columbia, South Carolina.
And if you could tell us if you're a customer of Dominion.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead and give your testimony then.
Well, I was following up on the information that was sent to me pertaining to the increase of electricity. And I just wanted them to know that I'm a senior citizen and I have a stable income. I don't know if I was supposed to inform you of the amount I get a month, but it's right at $1,008. And I wanted to find out pertaining to when they were making the changes upon this from SCE and G to Dominion. I recall the thought of them saying that we were going to be getting a refund from Dominion pertaining to the changeover. And I was just following up on that as well. And those are the most two things that I was concerned about.
Ms. Weinglass, thank you for sharing your testimony with us today. Any questions for Ms. Weinglass?
No, that's all.
All right, hearing none. Ms. Weinglass, you have a great rest of your day. Next witness, please.
Our next witness is Elizabeth Alston. Elizabeth Alston, if you will please wait to be sworn in, and then once you've been sworn in, please provide us with your name, your town of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and then proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Ms. Alston?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Hello. If you would raise your right hand for me.
It's raised, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. If you would give us your name and your town, and then let us know if you're a Dominion customer.
Right. My name is Elizabeth H. Alston. I'm a resident of Charleston, downtown Charleston, South Carolina. And I am a Dominion customer because I have all of my bills in front of me.
Thank you, ma'am. You go ahead with your testimony now.
Yes, I am very concerned about the rate increases at Dominion. Certainly during the pandemic in excuse me, in the month of September, I owed $12.65, and then I keep paying it, and I thought that we would have been given some leeway, because as a senior citizen on a fixed income, I find that the increases in Dominion are simply over the hill, especially during the pandemic, when a lot of other people have lost their jobs and at the same time have a very hard time buying essentials, paying. In addition, the water bill is also high. I have a landline, and as a senior citizen, I also have a telephone, and I have an iPad, and the increases fall upon my household more readily because I have to have a computer. Because of the pandemic, our churches are closed, and the only reason that we can have other church services, you have to go virtual. So those are additional expenses that we have. So even though Dominion bought out the South Carolina Electric and Gas Company, I find that the increases are just unbearable, and was hoping that there would be some community output, some committees on which we may serve, so that these increases are there. And it is just unbearable. I have prepared my remarks so that I wouldn't go on or be repetitive, but certainly I would like to say that as a citizen of South Carolina, a member of this particular Charleston community, would really wish that we could hear from someone like the board of directors or what group, so that those of us, in addition to being able to voice our concerns. So certainly on behalf of my household, I would like to thank the staff of Dominion Energy that they have allowed me to air my concerns. And I certainly wish the company well, but in these trying times, I would like some consideration for these vast increases. And I certainly would like to not admonish, but ask the commissioners, I suppose that is the correct word, to be mindful of your senior citizens who also raise other people. Thank you so much for your time. I do hope that some consideration would be afforded my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for taking time to share your testimony with us. Are there any questions for this witness?
Chairman Williams.
Commissioner Williams, please proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Alston, thank you very much for calling in and for your comments. I wonder if I heard you correctly. I think I heard you say something about hoping that some committees would be involved. And I wondered what ideas you had there that might be helpful to your concerns.
Well, I'm a community person, and I serve on a lot of boards. And so my input, like the Charleston County School Board, the City of Charleston Tourism Commission, I'm a member of the Board of Directors for Roper Hospital. So which means that I'm used to being able to voice my concerns in a respectful manner. And in the City of Charleston, I have been afforded that opportunity to have my input as a commission member, as a board member. And so my question was, from Dominion Energy, is there any animal like that so that people like myself could have some input into the decisions that are made? So that's where I was coming from.
thank you very much for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Any other questions for this witness?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Irvin.
thank you, sir. Ms. Ashton, thank you so much for testifying today. We appreciate you being with us.
Thank you.
This is your opportunity to have input. There really is no committee, but the legislature has set up a process where the Public Service Commission holds public hearings, as we are now. And so
Okay.
this is your opportunity to be heard. Did you understand that?
I do. I do. Now, may I ask a question if that is allowable of the commissioners?
What is your question?
My question is, because of the concerns that are being addressed today on January 5th, how would average citizens like myself know if our comments have been heard, or they have been heard, but how will we be informed of any actions that really address the concerns that we have, aside from our energy bill being lower? Is there any way of advising the public of how our concerns are really being addressed, even though it's being listened to? How will we know how effective our comments were or are?
Well, that's a great question, and thank you for that question. We are required by law to consider input from the public, so you are being heard as you speak.
Okay.
And of course, there's a process that we have to follow by law. We have to hear all the testimony and evidence at the hearing. We'll be back in session tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to begin that process. And we'll continue until we hear all the testimony and evidence. Then we'll get a chance to hear from the attorneys that represent the parties and submit their proposals. And finally, we'll review all that testimony and evidence, and we'll make a decision called an order, which will be filed and made available to the public. So does that answer your question about the procedure and the process?
You certainly have. And I have one last question. How can I have access to the members of this commission, and how are you appointed, elected, or how do you serve on such an important commission?
The Public Service Commission is elected by the General Assembly of South Carolina, and we serve a 4-year term. And so we all are up for re-election after 4 years, if we choose to run for re-election. And the first part of your question was what? I'm sorry.
How can I have access to the names of members of the commission?
Well,
I mean, I can go online under Dominion and then look up administration.
You can go to our website, which is located at South Carolina Public Service Commission.gov, and you can access our schedule and our calendar, and you can also find us on Facebook. But as it was explained earlier, we cannot talk with members of the public. For that matter, we cannot talk with anyone because the law says we're considered to be judges subject to the Code of Judicial Conduct, which means that we cannot communicate with parties or other persons. We can't communicate with anyone during the pendency of an action. So does that answer your question?
Yes, this has been very informative, almost enjoyable. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Commissioner Irvin used to serve as a circuit court judge, ma'am, so he has that effect on people. Any more questions for this witness?
Thank you so much. No, I don't have any. Oh, excuse me.
All right, hearing none, please call the next witness. Ma'am, please enjoy your day.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, may I just ask a question? We've been informed that Ms. Telfair, witness Telfair, who testified earlier is having difficulty reaching Dominion.
Attorney Gissendaner? Attorney Gissendaner?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Did I understand that Ms. Telfair said that she was having trouble getting through to us?
Yes, sir. She says that she's having trouble calling the number that she was given. Would you please repeat the number?
Yes, the number was 1-800-922-8802. And I know that they are there and are listening right now, and I think they would be happy to reach out to her if that would be easier.
Okay. We will give it the number again, Mr. Chairman. We're ready with the next witness.
Please call the next witness.
Our next witness is Mary Ward. Mary Ward, if you will please wait to be sworn in, and upon being sworn in, please provide the commission with your name, your town of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and then proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Ms. Ward?
Okay, my name is Mary Ward. I live at 109 Lindler Drive, North Charleston, South Carolina, 29420, and I'm a customer.
Ms. Ward?
Yes.
Before you go further, is it okay if I place you under oath for your testimony?
Repeat that, please.
I need to put you under oath before you give your testimony, if that'll be all right.
Yes.
Okay, if you would raise your right hand, please.
Yes.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You go right ahead. I'm sorry I had to interrupt.
That's okay. I'm testifying in behalf of all the people who are on disability, have mental problems. A lot of them live by themselves on fixed income, and we just can't afford to have our bill to go up any further than what it is right now, and especially with this all the stuff that's going on right now. It's hard to pay your bills right now as it is. And if y'all do that, then a lot of people have to have no light to have in their household. So I don't agree with what y'all trying to do. We will have to come up with a better solution than this. I live on a fixed income. I go to mental health. My check every month is just $800. So if you go up on the bill, then how I'm supposed to live? And I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of people that live in rural area, don't have much income coming in. So you have to consider this.
Thank you, ma'am, for calling in and sharing your testimony with us. Are there any questions for this witness?
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Irvin.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Ward, how are you this afternoon?
Excuse me?
I'd like to ask a question. Have you contacted Dominion Energy to see if they can give you financial assistance?
No, I haven't. I didn't know that you could do that.
Well, would you be willing to take their call or to call them if we gave you a toll-free number?
Okay, what kind of service would they be able to give?
Based on your testimony in your disability, they may be able to put you on a payment plan. Have you ever applied for that?
Well, the payment plan that they put in the bill is like, for instance, if my light bill is $150 and the plan is set for you be paying like $200 or $300 every month, even though if your bill is a little lower. I don't think that's a good plan.
Well, would you be willing to listen to them to see if they can help you?
I didn't get what you said.
Yes, ma'am. Would you be willing to at least talk with them to see if they can help?
Yes, I'm willing to talk with them, but how about other people who don't know about these stuff or can't get to the office or to get to talk to no one to help them? how they're supposed to handle this.
Well, we're just trying to help you right now, and we'll try to help everyone that needs help, but let's deal with your issue first, okay?
Yes, I understand that, but I'm standing for everyone right now because there's a lot of people out there that I know of personally living, getting less than I'm getting a month.
Yes,
And
I understand.
I go out and try to help other people, although I need help, and give them food and stuff. And they have to ask the church for help to pay their light bill and stuff, especially now when it's cold.
Well, God bless you for helping others.
All of this stuff.
Yeah. Mr. Gissendanner, could you give her the toll-free number, please, sir?
Attorney Gissendanner, we can't hear you.
I'm ready for the number.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Ward, this is Matt Gissendanner. I'm an attorney with Dominion Energy, and I first want to say thank you for what you're doing for your neighbors and for others. But our number that you can call is 1-800-922-8802.
8802.
And they will be here. 8802. 1-800-922-8802.
922-8802.
8802, and they're there. They'll be there. They're there right now, and they'll be there until 45 minutes after the conclusion of the hearing.
Okay. Did I say the right number back to you?
Do you want to repeat it one more time?
Yes. 800-922-8802.
Yeah, 1-800-922-8802. That's correct. Thank you.
Is there an extension?
No, they will. It'll ring to the it'll ring to the group of people who are standing by waiting for your call.
Okay. Would y'all put this on the news channel to help people who need this assistance that do not know about it, that they can call this number to try to get some help?
I believe our customer assistance numbers are on our website, and I know that we do.
A lot of people don't have computer. A lot of people can't read or don't understand that. See, a lot of these officers don't realize that there's a lot of people out there don't know about a lot of stuff and don't have the ways, the means to get these help. So how would they know?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that information is also included on our bills, but we will certainly. I know that our customer assistance team is watching this hearing right now, and so they've heard your testimony. And they will certainly consider what you have said, and if we need to, we can certainly find other ways to communicate this to others.
I sure would appreciate it, and God bless.
And thank you again for all you're doing.
We all are one nation under God, and we're supposed to look out for each other because that's what He wants us to do on this earth. Not to try to take from nobody, but to help each other, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
God bless.
Thank you.
Any other questions for this witness? Ma'am, thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate you taking time to share.
Thank you. God bless, and y'all have a good evening.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Please call the next witness.
Our next witness is Barbara Goldson. Barbara Goldson, if you will please be sworn in by the court reporter and then provide us with your name, your town of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and then you may begin your testimony. Thank you.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much.
It's your show, Ms. Goldston.
Okay. I listened to a couple of I listened to parts of the first two hearings that you had, and I didn't hear what I wanted to hear, and so I just wanted to come in and get it off my chest. I am a resident of Columbia, 1717 Morning Hill Drive, Columbia, South Carolina. my parents have been in the house I'm living in for 65 years, and always been a customer. So, and I take care of her now. She's 94. And when all this happened, and the truth came out and all the debacle, no one expected Dominion to come in and not raise, rates at some point, of course. But I do know that everybody was looking for that $1,000 that they didn't get. And that put a big black mark on you, frankly. And I just want to say that I think that South Carolina and Richland County in particular, we are just numb to all the debacles, the corruption, the investigations, the failed projects that run rampant around here, and we feel like we're giving our money to endeavors that just are not, that are just coming off our back and not anybody else's back. Whenever I hear something new, which it just doesn't surprise me anymore, just like everybody else, I shut my eyes, I shake my head, and I say, again, this has happened again. And I just feel like the common thread, and I'm not trying to be derogatory, but I feel like the common thread in all of it is greed. And a rate hike right now, I just think is a horrible idea to do it at this time, and it's not on a good faith action to take at this time. The pandemic has changed everyone's fixed income. That's what I heard a lot of in the previous hearings. Some people have no incomes, and it's probably raised everyone's utilities and electric bills and unable to pay. What they've got to do, moratorium on evictions. People are really struggling. The things we see on TV, the food banks and stuff, that's real stuff. And my church has a food pantry up the street, and we have 6 3-inch binders, and they are full. They shut exactly at 3 inches, and there may even be 7. And we serve 3 zip codes, and that's it. And we pretty much know everybody. They can't come but once a month. In my opinion, we don't give them a whole lot of food, and it's not WIC-type food. It's not food that, we buy food from Harvest Hope. We get leftovers from Walmart and Aldi, and the church supports the rest. And they've been working nonstop through this thing outside. I haven't been able to help because I'm taking care of my mom, and I can't bring it home to her. So, but we're seeing new people that we've never seen. We're seeing people that never thought they'd find themselves in this position. And, we certainly don't know the other plight that's going on in their lives right now. But I just wanted to tell you that the people that we had before this epidemic were the most grateful people. And that's what I hear, and that's what I heard on all these testimonies. All these people are so grateful. And they just want to give and give and give, and they thanking you for things that I just frankly don't know that I see it. Our culture seems to live on credit and keep your fingers crossed. And that's what I think the government does. I think that's what everybody runs on. It says, let's get this done, and we'll get your money, and we're going to do this with it, and we're going to keep our fingers crossed and hope it all works out. And, we've been bam, bam, bam. None of it's worked out. Right here in this area. So people that have to borrow money, they get a 30-year mortgage, they buy a car, they keep their fingers crossed. Everything's going to work out fine. They're going to have their jobs forever. They're going to pay off all their stuff. Everything's going to be good. If their luck runs out and those fingers don't work, they lose their collateral. But when we act as a bank for government and entities like that, we don't have any collateral, and we're the ones whose back it's paid off of. And that's what I'm here. I just want to tell you about that food pantry, and I think just a couple other things. I think that the 7% is an astronomical number to ask for at one time. I think this is the worst time you could possibly ask for it. And I think that I think it should be put off, postponed, and then be given to you in increments. We don't know what you're going to do with the money. I do know that you've sold assets. I hope you don't sell any more assets off the lake. I grew up on that lake, and I go there all the time. I just bought a boat. I'm retired, and I went to make sure that the boat ramp was still there in Hilton. But where I parked my boat, they're trying to shut it down, and they've been trying to shut it down, and I hope Dominion doesn't have anything to do with that. But they probably are aware of it. I just feel like that this just isn't the appropriate time, and this is what I would suggest. You go to the bank and get a loan if you need some money, or you give up your bonuses, you retire people and downsize by attrition, or do it the old-fashioned way and save your money and give everybody else a break for right now. And that's all I got. Thank you.
Any questions for this witness?
Mr. Chairman,
Vice Chair Belzer.
Ms. Goldston, I just want to say thank you for your testimony. I'm over here.
Oh.
I just want to say thank you for your testimony today, and appreciate the comments that you've made. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, too. Appreciate it, y'all.
Oh, not yet.
Oh.
May have some more questions
Oh.
for you. Any more questions for Ms. Goldston? I got a couple of questions for you, Ms.
Okay.
Now, how did you hear about this hearing today?
I heard about the first two, and I listened to them. I listened to parts of them, and it was a lot of what I just walked in on that the lady was talking about, hard to get help and things like that. And I just felt like I knew more information that I felt needed to be shared.
Thank you for that. How did you hear about this one on today?
I think it was in the bill.
The bill from Dominion?
Mm-hmm.
And how did you get to come in and testify in person?
I called the number. No, did I call or emailed? Did I call or email? I'm not sure which.
Did you find everyone you dealt with helpful?
Yes.
Do you feel like you had an opportunity for your voice to be heard?
Yes. I'm very grateful.
Okay. I want to ask you another question.
Okay.
Now, you talked about that $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you hear about that originally?
In the beginning, when you first started negotiating, or when I don't know if you're with Dominion or not, but just, everybody thought they were getting $1,000.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Now, I wouldn't have gotten it, but, I'm really looking out for other people. I'm not in the dire straits that other people are.
Right. Well, let's unpack that. We're going to do a little bit of unpacking if you got some time. Since you're here,
Mm-hmm.
I miss seeing witnesses in person, so pull up a chair. So the Public Service Commission is not with Dominion.
Well, I know that.
We're independent.
And you're the commissioner of the Service Commission.
Right. We're the regulators.
Okay.
Independent body.
Right.
Then you have the Office of Regulatory Staff,
Mm-hmm.
investigators, auditors. We can't do any investigation. We can't do any audits. We just listen, make decisions. And then you have, in this case, the company, the applicant in this matter, Dominion. And then you have interveners like Sierra Club, AARP, and others who feel they have a dog in the fight.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the players. And there are several more interveners. I'm just giving you a little short example. Now, why did you think you wouldn't get that $1,000?
I assume if it was distributed, it would have been distributed by now. I mean, I heard people on talk radio saying they got $1,250. $12.50.
$4.50.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, and I know my mom didn't get a penny.
Got you. Are you aware of any communication after the initial announcement of the $1,000? Was there any communication clarifying why you did not get the $1,000? Do you remember that?
I know that was, it seems like that there was and this may be separate, there would seem like there was a to-do in Eastover over something. I don't know if these are two different things, but I do know that was like an initial idea or something to negotiate.
But you never heard anything else about it? You heard about it, then it went away. Is that fair to say?
Pretty much.
Would it be helpful to you, or would it have been helpful to you and others that you're here sort of representing to hear what happened to that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, and it would be nice to know what's going on with the money they want 7%. What are they gonna do with it? What I found out by looking on something hub, transmission hub, I think, .com, they had a lot of articles about Dominion and the investments they were making with other companies that was gonna benefit Tennessee. And there was a lot of articles about it, and I don't know if their commission makes them do more, jump through more hoops or what, but there was no articles about how it would benefit South Carolina.
That's all the questions I have for you. Anyone else have any questions for this witness? All right, ma'am. If you have no further comments, enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you for coming.
Okay,
All right. Bye-bye.
Mr. Chairman, we have two witnesses basically that are ready to testify.
Please proceed. Oh, wait a minute. I'm being rude. I see that we should have had a break about 20 minutes ago. Does anyone need a break? Court reporter? Soon?
Maybe we could do these two.
Okay. So let's get these two witnesses and then go on a break.
Our next witness is Tangi Holloman. Tangi Holloman, if you will please pause to be sworn in, and then once you've been sworn in by our court reporter, you may provide us with your name, your place of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and then proceed with your testimony. Please wait now to be sworn in.
Okay. Ms. Holloman,
Yes.
could you raise your right hand for me, please, so that I can put you under oath before your testimony?
I have it up.
Okay. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you so much. If you could start off with your name and your town, and whether you're a customer with Dominion.
Tangi Holliday, and I live in Columbia, South Carolina, 29223. What was the other question?
Whether or not you're a customer of Dominion?
Yes, I am.
Okay. If you can go right ahead and give your testimony then, thank you.
You want me to go ahead now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My understanding is that they're gonna go up on my utilities, and during this time, it's not a good time to go up on my utility because my hours have been cut in half because of the COVID-19, and I have a lot of bills that's piling up. I have medication that I have to get for my son and me, and the medication he gets, he has to have it. I have to have my medication as well, and I don't have my insurance now because my hours dropped, so therefore my insurance got cut off. So everything's on me to have to purchase my medication, my son's, and it's really a stressful time. I have to partly homeschool him, and it's really frustrating to me right now, and I don't understand why they have to go up on the bill at this time, knowing that it's a
tedious time. I don't know about anyone else, but I know for myself that it's very hard, and it's my son and myself, and we don't get assistance, and I just need for them to at least wait on going up on the utilities, because I just don't have it, and pay the rent, and it's just too much for me to deal with, and I just would like for you guys to understand what I'm going through, and to go up on things right now is not good. And I think you guys are a corporation, so I'm a little bit perplexed why it has to go up, because Trump gave corporations money. And my understanding that money was supposed to be used and the customers wouldn't have to have an increase in their bills. I didn't get an increase. I got a decrease in my check. So I don't understand why I have to pay more during this here tedious time, and I stay kind of anxious. And I don't go to church because I don't have the gas to go, because like I said, my hours has been cut. I don't have the virtual thing to listen to. So all I have is my son, my Bible, and help him do his schoolwork. And we don't go out. So I'm sort of isolated. And to have sleepless nights worrying about how I'm going to pay for things, it's just a little bit much right now. And I just want someone to understand what I'm going through, and maybe some others as well. I don't know, but I can imagine so. But I just wish and pray that you guys would have a little mercy on people like me. And I appreciate the opportunity to tell you guys my secrets.
All right, ma'am, thank you so much for taking the time to share your testimony with us today. Does anyone have any questions for this witness?
Mr. Chairman?
Is that Attorney Gissendaner?
Chairman? Yes, this is Mr. Gissendaner with Dominion Energy, South Carolina, and wanted to thank Mrs. Holloman for her testimony, and to would ask her if she was willing to call our customer assistance agents at 1-800-922-8802, and there may be some assistance that she may be eligible for that they would like to speak with her about. And again, that number, Mrs. Holloman, is 1-800-922-8802.
Wait a minute, you said 1-800?
Yep.
Repeat, please.
922.
1-800-22.
922.
99.
No, just 19. Sorry. Let me say it one more time. I know we've got a lot going on.
It's very difficult to understand what you're saying because you're bleeping in and out, and I can't get everything that you're saying to me as far as the numbers that you're giving me. But I do want to let you know that I have reached out to, I think it was Watery Community Action, and I also reached out to another company to assist me, and they told me that the only time they can assist me is I have to have all my bills caught up, and they would help me as a one time only. And
Ms. Holloman.
What I was told.
Ms. Holloman.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you better now.
All right. What I'm going to do is fill in the gap. I'm going to ask Attorney Gissendaner to tell me the number, and then I'm going to repeat it to you. This is a different number than the two other numbers that you called, okay?
Okay.
Attorney Gissendaner, could you give me that number, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. That number is 1-800-922-8802.
Ms. Holloman, the number I'm about to give you is to Dominion Energy, South Carolina, okay?
And this is the number that I call to get assistance?
I'm not sure what they will offer you, but they will attempt to help you in some way, shape, or form. Are you ready to copy?
I'll try any number that you guys recommend to me because, like I said, I called other people, other agencies, and they told me in order for them to help me, I have to have my bills paid up, and it would be a one-time thing. And of course, my bills are not paid up yet.
Understood. Are you ready to copy?
Yes.
1-800.
Go ahead.
1-800. 922. 8802.
Are you there?
02.
Zero.
2.
2.
That's it. Repeat it to me, please.
I have 1-800-922-8802.
That's it. Please call that number and see if Dominion Energy South Carolina can provide you some assistance.
Okay.
Thank you for calling in today.
Information. Thank you.
You're welcome. Please call the next witness.
Our next witness is Theresa Nadirwe, excuse me. And if we could have you please pause and wait to be sworn in, at which point you will then provide us with your name, your town of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and then you may proceed with your testimony. Please pause now to be sworn in.
If you would. How do I say that? What do I say?
Yes, ma'am. If I could swear you in first. Could you raise your right hand?
I raise my hand.
Thank you. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you could please give us your name and your town where you live, and let us know if you're a customer of Dominion's.
I am Teresa Ndewere of 51A James Street, Unit 10, Montclair, New Jersey, 07042. And I am a customer of Dominion Energy.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Do you own property in South Carolina?
Yes, sir.
Where is that property located?
It's on 285 Bay Pines Road in South Carolina.
What city or town, ma'am?
It's the city of Beaufort, South Carolina.
Thank you, ma'am. Please proceed.
So, I'm going to give my testimony.
That's correct.
Okay. I have a rare condition of endocrine dysfunction that is called osteopenia, and it's associated with osteoporosis. People are still doing studies on this disease because I also have osteoarthritis because of it. It has a problem with retaining the calcium in the bones. So I don't have calcium stored in my long bones like everybody does, because I have what is called poor bone resorption, poor calcium resorption because of that disease. So I went to look for a place where I can have enough sun, because when you are in the sun and you have a bone problem, you accumulate vitamin D in your liver, which helps to absorb calcium. And so far only I absorbed one step up. My bone was depleted to 9 times below the number that I should have. And since
2000 and 2004 and 2006 and 2010 when the doctor saw me, I was actually continuously deteriorating. By 2020, I am better in that I have been given another medicine which just helps me to be able to eat food without feeling like I don't want to eat. I had lost weight from the weight of a normal person for my height and for my size. I am 4 feet and 11 inches. And I used to weigh about 140 pounds. I had gone down to about 99. Everybody thought I was going to die by the time they gave me the medication that's allowing me to eat. But why I'm in South Carolina is because I need the sun to make vitamin D. And this year I have not been able to stay there because of what has gone on. And so I stayed up here, but under normal circumstances, I come down there, I hang around in my garden, try to grow carrots or anything that I can grow that will help to keep me outside in the sun. Up here, I don't have any garden that I can really spend some time in order for me to expose myself to the sun. And so when I heard that there was going to be an increase, I'm also retired. And because of being retired, my money does not increase anymore. But I work so hard to make sure I don't spend the money on the things that are for leisure, but I try to make sure I pay all my bills, because when my husband was still living, he filed for bankruptcy for this house that I was paying into the mortgage. And he was going to school, and he was told that he has to bring to the people the money he was borrowing in the bank. But that money ended up as the money that people borrowed from Sallie Mae. And so he had to take the money from this. And so what I am doing is paying for the bankruptcy into the bankruptcy, and I still owe quite a lot. Meanwhile, if I stop paying, they kick me out of this house. And so I'm in a fixed position. I don't know what else to say, and I'm 70 years old.
Ma'am, thank you for sharing your testimony with us today. If you would hold the line, I want to see if anyone has any questions for you. Any questions for this witness? Ma'am, it appears as if there are no questions for you. Thank you for calling in and sharing your testimony with us.
Oh, thank you so much.
You have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Well, let's back a little bit. How many callers do we have in the queue? Or do we have none?
Not right now, Mr. Chairman. We have, not on hold.
Okay.
I do think we have a potential public witness in the hall.
In person?
Officer Biggs, was there the public witness in the hall? Yes, sir.
So we need enough time for Jan Pro to sanitize the podium area, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
So is that public witness going to be next up after the break?
No, we have a couple of, at least 3 potential public witnesses to call, Mr. Chairman, and then Mr. Brabham.
All right. We will be back at 5:15. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on the record. Before we get started, we're going to take a roll call vote of our commissioners, starting with District 1, Commissioner Williams.
Participating virtually.
Vice Chair Belzer,
Present in the hearing room.
Commissioner Caston,
Present virtually.
Commissioner Irvin,
Present virtually.
Commissioner Thomas,
Present virtually.
Commissioner Powers,
Present virtually.
and Chairman Williams is present in the hearing room. Please call the next witness.
Our next witness is Onita Jeffcoat. If you would please pause and wait to be sworn in. After you've been sworn in, you can provide the commission with your name, your town of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and then proceed with your testimony. Please wait to be sworn in now.
Ms. Jeffcoat,
Yes,
could you raise your right hand for me, please?
yes,
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes.
Okay. If you would just start off with your name and your town and let us know if you're a customer with Dominion.
My name is Onita Jeffcoat.
And where do you live?
221 Forest Wood. That's one word. Drive. That's Columbia, South Carolina 29223.
And could you tell us if you're a customer with Dominion?
I'm a customer of convenience.
Okay, ma'am. You go ahead with your testimony now.
I would like for my payments to stay like it is because it's already high enough, and I don't need put no more on my bill.
Does that conclude your testimony, ma'am?
Huh?
Does that conclude your testimony?
Yes. I don't want y'all to add no more nothing on my bill, cause I'm on a set income and I'm on this budget and I don't need for it to go up anymore.
Understood. Any questions for this witness?
No.
All right. Thank you for joining us, ma'am.
All right then.
Please call the next witness.
Our next witness is Emily McNeil. Emily McNeil, if you would please pause and wait to be sworn in. After being sworn in, you can provide the commission with your name, your town of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and then proceed with your testimony upon being sworn in.
Ms. McNeil,
Yes.
could you raise your right hand for me, please?
Mm-hmm.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. If you would just start off with your name and the town where you live, and let us know if you're a Dominion customer.
Okay, this is Emily McNeil. I'm from Charleston, South Carolina, and I'm a Dominion customer.
Okay, go ahead with your testimony, Ms. McNeil. Thank you.
Okay. I prefer the light bulb to stay the same because I'm on a fixed income, and I don't need to get any more, go up anymore because it's bad enough I'm struggling now to try to pay the electric bill now. And it's going to get worse if you go up with me. I really can't afford it if you go up anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Does that conclude your testimony?
Yes?
Any questions for this witness?
No?
Hearing no questions, please call the next witness. Ma'am, thank you for your testimony. Have a good evening.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Our next witness is Danny Brabham. Danny Brabham, if you would please be sworn in by the court reporter, at which point you can provide us with your name.
He's our live witness.
Okay.
In-person witness.
Our next witness is Danny Brabham. Danny Brabham is entering the building at the moment. He will now be sworn in by the court reporter. Mr. Brabham, if you will then please provide the commission with your name, your town of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and you can then proceed with your testimony.
Okay, my name is Danny Brabham. I live at 29 Beacon Hill Road, Columbia, South Carolina. It's in Woodland Hills. I'm 86 years old, and I moved there in 1968. And this is my second time appearing before the commission, and I thank you for the opportunity of appearing.
Mr. Brabham, do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
First of all, let me thank the commission for giving me the opportunity to appear here today. I know that we're facing some tough times, and you've got some tough decisions to make. In fact, I called earlier to find out how many commissioners we have on the board here, and there's 7, and I see one individual sitting here, and the others are on the screen somewhere out yonder. And when we talk about the situation we're in today, it's some dire straits. And the reason why I wanted to appear today is this. From the information I received, if you'll notice on the very front page, it says, according to the application, it would raise approximately $178 million at our 7.75%. Well, $178 million, I understand that's for 1 year. And if my multiplication is correct, 10 times that, you come up with $1,780 million. And so when we look at that type of figure, it is astronomical, because in looking at it back, it gives you 2 things it wants to do. To create a vegetation management accrual to establish a stable basis for funding the vegetation control plans that are necessary. Well, the first thing I would want to know is how many substations you have that are built so that you got vines growing on the fence. Because when you talk about serving over 700,000 customers, you as a committee need more information about what you are going to vote on. Now, in coming before you today, as I say, when you talk about a few pennies, well, pennies multiply, and they've given you the figures as what they are. So some people are hurting out there and cannot pay this because of the virus and everything is going on. And prior to this, and I hate to say this, that this committee, and 6 of you were not here, approved rate increases 9 times. That's batting 1,000. Think about that, 1,000. And if you can hit over 300 in the major leagues, you're gonna make big money. Well, SC&G made big money and took all about $2 billion in and paid out $200 million to stockholders. That's in the past. We're looking at the future right here. Dominion is asking for pennies, and yet when you look at it, a lot of people are hurting. So now is not the time to raise rates, and I would recommend to the commissioners to table the request. And that way, you're not saying no, you're not saying yes, but you need more information about why they want the money to cut vines off the fence. The engineering should have been such that the stone that you have out there, that you could cut the grass away from and it wouldn't be there. So with that, I'll close and answer any questions you might have.
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Belzer.
Good evening, Mr. Brabham.
Good evening, sir.
I'm over here.
Okay.
I'm down here.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here. I can see you.
I appreciate your testimony today. Mr. Brabham, you've made some sound comments tonight, which we appreciate, and we hear you, and we've had other witnesses testify too. And one of the things you indicated is asking us to table this. You're aware that we have to follow the law that the legislature passes, are you not?
No, ma'am, I'm not. I don't know. Cause I've understood that you're the ones who either approve or disapprove any rate increase.
We
It's
are.
not the legislature.
Well, the legislature passes the laws that we have to follow.
Well, what is the law?
Well, as far as tabling, we have 6 months to issue an order on a rate case. And if we don't issue an order within that time, the rates go into effect as filed. So we can't table this. We've got to proceed with the hearing. And that's in the law that the legislature's passed. It's in the books that we have to follow.
Okay,
So-
you've got one up on me. I didn't know the law, but since it's 6 months, vote no on it.
Well, we appreciate that, but just wanted you, there are a number of laws in there that we have to try to follow, that we not try, but we have to follow, so.
Well, that's putting a
just-
lot of pressure on you. I'm gonna tell you that up front.
Well, but we asked for it.
That's why I say, don't have the yellow flag thrown on you.
All right,
For
so-
piling on, unsportsmanlike conduct, just vote no.
Well, we appreciate your comments tonight, and thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Appreciate you being here.
Y'all have a good evening, and I appreciate your work.
Sir, excuse me, sir, if you would remain, there may be some more questions for you.
Okay.
Any other questions for this witness? All right, hearing none, sir, thank you for joining us today. Hopefully, when I'm 86, I'll be as spry as you are.
Hey, good genes.
Please call the next witness.
Our next witness is Francis Story. Francis Story, if you will please pause to be sworn in. Upon being sworn in, you may continue with your name, your town of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and you can then proceed with your testimony. But first, please wait to be sworn in.
Mr. Story?
Mrs. Story.
Mrs. Story, thank you. Could you spell your first name for me?
Frances.
Thank you. That's what threw me. If you would raise your right hand for me, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. If you would, as Mr. Bachman said, just start off with your name and your town, where you're from, and let us know if you're a Dominion customer.
My name is Frances Story. I live in Edisto Beach, South Carolina, and I am a Dominion customer.
Go ahead with your testimony, ma'am. Thank you.
My understanding is that Dominion is interested in raising their rates. They're currently charging private citizens 11 cents per kilowatt hour. My complaint or concern is that I am charged every month $9.98 to have my meter read, and I'm a solar producer. So even though they're charging other people 11 cents per kilowatt hour, they're only reimbursing me 3 cents per kilowatt hour for my contribution to the grid. My request is that I don't mind them making a profit on me, but I think that is a little bit big of a spread. I would recommend that any rate increase that they have, or even if it's not allowed, if they would please pay their producers 50% of what their rate is that they're dispensing out. In a sense, I consider myself like a small farmer, and I don't think I'm getting reimbursed for my crop, so to speak.
Thank you for sharing your testimony with us today, ma'am. Does that conclude your testimony?
Do you have any questions for me?
That's the next part.
Okay, go for it.
Questions for this witness? Ma'am, there appears to be no questions for you. Thank you for taking time to share your testimony with us this evening.
And when will I know the results of your decision?
Final order is scheduled to be issued February 23rd, I believe.
Okay,
I think it's around February 23rd.
okay, and where would I find that information?
Be published on our docketing management system.
Okay,
What is that website, Jocelyn?
It's on psc.sc.gov, like Public Service Commission, psc.sc.gov. And on that site, if you would please choose the link that says DMS for Docket Management System. And of course, the docket number for tonight is 2020-125-E.
thank you very much.
You're welcome very much. Please call the next witness.
Our next witness is Navarus Parks. Navarus Parks, if you will please pause to be sworn in, and upon being sworn in, provide the commission with your name, your town of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and you may then proceed with your testimony. But first, please pause to be sworn in.
Is it Mr. Parks? Ms. Parks?
Parks. Ms. Parks. Okay, hold on. She's ready.
Ms. Parks, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Could you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. If you would give us your name first and the town where you're from, and let us know if you're a Dominion customer.
Navarus Parks, Columbia, South Carolina, and yes, ma'am, I'm a Dominion customer.
Thank you. You go ahead with your testimony now.
And this is like regarding the going up on the Dominion Energy. I had forgot about this.
Yes, ma'am. That's what it's about.
So just want my opinion about it, or should y'all go up on it? Or I mean, I just recently moved here.
Please share with us anything you would like to offer regarding Dominion's application for a rate increase.
I don't think it should be a raising increase in the Dominion Energy.
Okay. Does that complete your testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right, ma'am. Any questions for this witness?
No, sir.
Hearing none, please call the next witness. Enjoy your evening, ma'am.
You do the same. Thank you.
Hmm?
Our next witness is Jan Watulovich. Jan Watulovich, if you will please pause to be sworn in, at which point you can provide the commission with your name, your town of residence, whether you are or not a Dominion customer, and then can proceed with your testimony. But first, please wait to be sworn in.
Hello. If you would raise your right hand, please, for me.
Are you speaking to me, or are you still with the
Yes, ma'am. I apologize.
Okay, yeah. Okay, my right hand is raised.
Okay, thank you. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If you would give us your name and the town where you live, and let us know whether you're a Dominion customer.
Okay, my name is Jan Watulovich. I live in Lexington, South Carolina, and I am a Dominion customer.
Okay, if you want to proceed with your testimony now.
Okay, my testimony is when this was owned by SCE&G, they recklessly took on that project, and from watching the news, if you can believe the news, they said that it was pretty well known that it was a failure from the get-go, and they proceeded, and the ratepayers were footing the bill. And I know we had some outrageous bills. So Dominion comes along and wants to acquire SCE&G, and, you know, convincingly they say they're going to send $1,000 everybody that has an account. And, you know, many people, including us, that would have really helped, although it wouldn't have nearly even made up for the exorbitant rates we paid. And I saw on the news where we had the highest electric rates in the nation. But the $1,000, it kept being put in front of us like a carrot on a stick. And as it turns out, my son got a $16 check, and I believe I got a $40-something check, which is a far cry from $1,000. But then we were told that the rates were lowered, and for quite a long period of time, I believe they said 12 years. I'm not exactly sure on that, but it was a long time, so it felt more fair. And here we are, just a couple years into the acquisition, and the rates are going back up. So here we are paying for that failed project. And with the pandemic going on, people on Social Security, which is the case for my husband and myself, it just, you know, keeps getting harder and harder. And in light of the fact that everything we were told and promised, you know, as usual, just like the government, say anything and do nothing. And so here we are, we're, you know, trying to get the rates raised again. And I'm sure once they do it, it's going to be a continuous thing. And it just makes people have no trust, and it makes things that do this, organizations, have no credibility, and there's just no trust, and it's just a bitter thing. That's all I can say.
Does that conclude your testimony, ma'am?
That concludes my testimony.
Thank you so much for calling in and sharing your testimony with us. If you would hold on the line, I'm going to ask if there are any questions for you. Any questions for this witness?
Be stopped. Why didn't you say that?
I'm sorry? Any questions for this witness? Hearing none, please call the next witness. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Our next witness is Sarah Dean. Lynn Gaines. Lynn Gaines, if you would please wait to be sworn in, at which point you can provide the commission with your name, the town you reside in, your status as a Dominion customer, and can then proceed with your testimony. Again, Lynn Gaines, please wait to be sworn in.
Ms. Gaines?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand for me, please?
Yes.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you would give us your name first and the town where you live, and let us know if you're a Dominion customer or not.
Yes. I am a Dominion customer and have been. I live in the Churchwood Apartments in Lexington, South Carolina, which is, as you know, I suppose a government, I'm not sure, it's not under HUD, but it's under another section. I don't know what I deal with my site manager, you know, and pay my rent according to my income, which is Social Security. My husband is deceased about 10 years ago, and I get my Social Security check only, and this apartment. I have Dominion. Old Dominion is my electric company, and I can barely afford food by the time I get the bills paid. I have a car that's what would be anniversary this year, 10 years old, and is I think running on ball tires, but I know you're not interested in that, but my electric bill does interest me. And I used to work for the Public Service Commission in Mississippi years ago. I worked about 6 years there. And I just don't quite understand why you have to have such a large raise in our electric bill. Could you explain a little bit of that to me? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Unfortunately, we are not allowed to respond to questions in this matter, ma'am. We only can hear your testimony and consider it for what it's worth.
Not right. It should be changed.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said.
No, ma'am, we can't answer your question. The law won't allow us to answer your question.
Oh, well, isn't that something? Okay, well, all I'm saying is that seems to me to be too much for people who are struggling, especially now with the COVID, to try to pay on the salary, on the Social Security income that I'm allowed to get. And I have some medical issues also. So I've been very careful not to get the COVID or try not to get it. I know you can try all you want to, and you still may sometimes come up with it, but I haven't gone to any large gatherings. I always mask up and sometimes put gloves on just to go and get groceries and straight back to home. So it's pretty restricted. However, like I said, I don't understand the increase. I'll ask you, you can tell me if you can answer this question. What about the nuclear sites? Does this have anything to do with that for when they started and left them in midair, so to speak, or part way through?
What I can tell you is, ma'am, is that the hearing on the merits will start tomorrow at 9 a.m., and Dominion will make its case as to why they believe they need a rate increase. And we have several interveners that will make their case as to their opinion of whether or not Dominion needs a rate increase. And that will be live streamed, and you can tune in and watch it and hear everything that that each party has to say.
Will it be on the TV or radio? I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand all you said.
Ms. Boyd, could you give me the web address to the live streaming?
Yes, sir. So our web address is PSC, as in like Public Service Commission, so psc.sc.gov. And once you reach that page, the site, if you scroll down to the middle of the page, you'll see the word live stream. If you click on that, you can click the link to...
Well, actually, I can't click on anything. I don't own a computer, nor do I have a TV, that's it, and a radio. But I feel like I'm being put off by asking any questions because none of them's been answered yet. Of course, you said tomorrow you had a hearing before whom?
Dominion Energy South Carolina will present its application for rate adjustments before the Public Service Commission of South Carolina, the entity you are addressing tonight.
Okay, I understand now. Okay, well then, and the Public Service Commission decides how many commissioners are in the state of South Carolina?
7.
7?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, what, their ruling is carved in marble. I mean, it's the end of if they say yes, then you can go ahead with the rate increase, but if they turn you down, what do you have to do? Reapply or what?
Something like that.
Well, you seem to be evading every single question I've asked, and I really don't understand that because I thought this was a sort of a town hall, if you will, but apparently not. I will listen to the if I can, friend, listen to the testimony tomorrow, but I can tell you that I just don't understand this, especially now, as I said, because of all the deaths and illnesses from the COVID, and people are not able, even with a $600, that if your income is low enough, you get a $600 stimulus, or you've already gotten it. But that's only going to go so far. Groceries are so high now. You know, you make one trip to the grocery store, and you spent what you have to spend on groceries. Of course, I have a car payment and car insurance payment, and you know, lots of electric, just the basics bills. I even had my cable cut off so I could have a little bit more money, but that didn't help me too much because I have my insurance went up on my car, and I haven't had any accidents, but my insurance went up. And it's just that everything is so expensive that I have trouble managing the money that I get. You understand that?
I do understand that.
Sorry, what was that?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Well, you know, I'm not saying that I know the Public Service Commission is in charge of is it in charge of just the electric companies of the state, or the electric and other companies?
Yes, ma'am, electric and other companies.
Such as?
Wastewater, transportation, telecommunication.
Okay, well, that's
Water.
what I thought. Because like I said, I worked for them. Well, it's been a number of years ago, but I remember X amount from working there. And you said that tomorrow, when you go, you will answer some of the questions that you have not answered for me tonight. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. The company will present their case.
Oh, you present your case. The Dominion presents their case, and then when will do you know when the Public Service Commission will make their ruling?
I believe it's February 23rd.
Well, let's all pray that you get turned down, because that's a kick in the butt if I ever have heard of one, because when you're struggling and doing the best you can do with every single penny, and you're still you run out of money before the month is over, then you're in a pickle. Of course, you know, I'm not saying I'm grateful for what I do get, but it just doesn't go very far. And the electric bill, my bill has not been, I mean, it's accordingly. It's because it's been cold this winter, colder than normal, I think. So that means that I know my bill will be higher and higher. But it just seems that there really is no cause to raise it that much. I could see maybe a small raise, but this is above and beyond what, you know, a normal person I would think would, you know, or the company would need to run their operations. I know it costs a lot, okay, but I also know that the customers, it costs them a lot too. So if anybody has any questions, you know, I'll try to answer them, but I'm doing, you know, the best I can on very little money is all I'm saying.
Understood, ma'am. And I greatly appreciate you taking time out of your schedule to share your testimony with us. I misspoke. The Public Service Commission of South Carolina will actually render its order on February 15th, not the 23rd.
February 15th?
Yes, ma'am, the 15th.
Okay. They will render their opinion on that day. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. but that's really all I have. I just wanted you to know how, I mean, I'm in a government-assisted program which helps me with my rent, but, you know, you've got other bills besides your rent, of course, and one has to eat if they're going to stay alive. You understand?
I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that.
Well, I'm going to listen in and see what, you know, what other nuggets I might, but it seems I haven't, you know, there hasn't been too much answered tonight about, I don't exactly understand why you're asking for such a, what to me, that may not be to everyone, but to me it's a large increase. And I hope it's not the good old boy system where if you scratch my back, I'll kiss your behind or something, but I don't know that. I'm originally from Mississippi, and I'm not dumb, you know. A lot of people think that, but that's their incorrect opinion, you see.
I understand it. I don't see how anyone could think that you are not very, very smart.
Well, I just have questions because anytime it affects all the consumers anytime there's something like this done. You understand that, right?
I do. Let me ask, you mind if I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Now, we have about 10 or so more folks that needs to talk. And
Yes, sir.
I like to give folks a little leeway to get all their thoughts out on something like this.
Yes.
We've gone over our time.
With my testimony, so to speak. Yes.
Right. We've gone over our time. Do you mind if we get to the next caller?
That will be just fine. Just make sure that you have your ducks in a row because there's a lot of people as upset as I am over this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good night. Please call the next witness.
Our next witness is Rachel Holland. Rachel Holland, if you will please pause to be sworn in. After being sworn in, you may provide the commission with your name, your town of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and can then proceed with your testimony. But first, please wait to be sworn in.
Ms. Holland?
Yes.
Sorry for the delay. Would you raise your right hand for me, please?
Yes.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, good. If you could just start off with your name and the town you're from and let us know whether or not you're a Dominion customer.
Yes, my name is Rachel Holland, and I live in North Charleston, South Carolina, and I am a Dominican customer.
Okay, ma'am, if you want to go ahead with your testimony, you can.
Oh, okay. I am a disabled person, and I see that they're raising the electric costs, and due to this pandemic, I don't feel that that's right, that they keep raising the prices of electricity. I have to sacrifice my health because I'm on a breathing machine, and I can't use my breathing machine on a regular basis due to the high cost of the utility bills. I also have a disabled scooter. I haven't rode my scooter in a while due to the fact of the high cost of the electric bill. I'm a single person. I live alone. My light bills are very high each and every month. There's no carryover. I pay my bill in full, but the bills are just too high. And I'm not living with a lot of electricity on due to the fact I made sacrifices just so I can keep my utility bills down. And I don't feel that Dominicans should raise the price of electricity due to the crisis that we have going on right now in our nation with this pandemic, and families are downsizing and can't afford to pay their bills, and they don't give you too much time to pay them. They give you a 10-day extension, and if you don't come up with the money, they're cutting off your electricity, and I don't think that's fair to a lot of families that's out here suffering and struggling just to make ends meet. And that's really all I have to say. I'm just really disappointed in the county and the Congress that's allowing this to continue to go on.
thank you for listening to me and hearing me.
Oh, absolutely, ma'am. That's our job. I have no problem listening to you. Thank you for calling in. As I understand it, that concludes your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Would you take any questions?
Yes.
Any questions for this witness? All right, ma'am. No one has any questions for you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Our next witness is Samuel Diggs. Samuel Diggs, if you will please pause to be sworn in, at which point you can provide the commission with your name, the town in which you live, your status as a Dominion customer, and then your testimony. But please do wait to be sworn in.
Mr. Diggs,
Yes, sir.
could you raise your right hand for me, please?
I got it.
Okay. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. If you could first give us your name and the town that that you live in, and whether or not you're a Dominion customer.
Okay, my name is Samuel Diggs, which is SamuelDiggs, and I live in Richland County. I live in apartment 1218, Brighton Trace, and that's Columbia, South Carolina, 29210. Is that all you need?
Could you tell us if you're a Dominion customer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You can go ahead with your statement, your testimony, anytime you're ready then.
Okay.
Please proceed with your testimony, sir. Mr. Diggs?
Yes, I'm still here. Yes, well, I'll give you all the information that you want to add.
Yeah, come on and testify. Tell us how you feel about this rate increase.
I think if you can get it down to where, you can afford it every month, I like for it to be reduced.
Okay. Anything else would you like to share? And I should say, I said rate increase. I should say proposed rate increase by Dominion Energy, South Carolina. Anything else you would like to share with us today?
Not at this minute.
Okay. Well, Mr. Diggs, we greatly appreciate you calling in to share your testimony with us. You enjoy the rest of your evening, sir.
Well,
I'm sorry, sir?
Is this all about calling to give my testify about what again? Because I didn't really get that, what you said. What you was asking me, yeah.
The proceeding that you're participating in is a public hearing where the Public Service Commission of South Carolina offers the opportunity for ratepayers to testify regarding the proposed rate increase by Dominion Energy, South Carolina. And I think you've done that today.
No, I never did do that before, but is this, what I'm really asking is this, if I agree or disagree against it? I don't follow you really. I've been kind of under the weather.
I understand.
And,
This is an opportunity for you to share your opinion.
well, I just feel, I doubt. Well, I don't know. I doubt it.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining us tonight, sir. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
All right, you too.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
Our next witness is Tammy Risher. Tammy Risher, if you'll please pause and wait to be sworn in, after which you can provide the requested information of your name, the town in which you reside, your status as a Dominion customer, and then your testimony. Please do wait to be sworn in. Thank you.
Ms. Risher? Ms. Risher, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay. Could you raise your right hand for me, please?
yes,
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes.
Okay. If you could just start off with your name and the town where you live and let us know if you're a Dominion customer or not.
Yes, my name is Tammy Risher. I live at 210 Gaston Loop, Walboro, South Carolina. And yes, I am a Dominion. And I'm just wanted to just testify that it be considered that because of so many different things going on with not only the pandemic, but each situation that I've been dealing with. I'm on disability, and I've been dealing with some medical issues and also mental issues. I got paperwork to prove it, and I've been trying to recover from some of it because I had to pay out of my pocket. So I just would like for it to be considered that we not be the amount of what we paying not be added to make us have to pay more. Well, I'm speaking for myself, but I don't know about others. But because I'm in a house that's currently trying to be refurbished, it's just kind of inconvenient in a lot of different ways financially. So I'm trying to get back on track. I'm recovering from some things here and there. I'm back on my feet, but it's just now that because of the different things that has happened with the pandemic, the resources that I normally get that are afforded me with the food banks and the churches and the different places I normally go have been either cut down or closed, or either I could not get there like I normally get there, or because of other people who are working every day with children and stuff, I just kind of just took back because the lines are even longer and you can't stand but so much and do but so much. But it's not that I don't like the company. I think the company is great. I don't have no problem. It's just that right now to raise it for someone like me, it would challenge my ability to I'm trying to get help now to get back on track with it because of the way the different financial strains that I've had. I've actually been attacked by 2 dogs, and I had to go through extra medical stuff separate from what I've always have to go through, you know, as far as going to the doctor here and there. But I'm just wanted to be heard about to reconsider, especially for such a time as this.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your testimony. Does that conclude your testimony before the Public Service Commission of South Carolina?
Yeah, well, basically, I just wanted to say it's kind of like a financial strain for any bills, not just the light, but any bills to go and be added because it's a readjustment period in a variety of ways. I guess that's how, if I can say it like that, that it's a period of hardship on top of more hardships. Okay?
Understood. Any questions for this witness?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Irvin and then Attorney Gissendaner.
Thank you. Sorry to hear about your medical hardship. If you, are you on Medicare or Medicaid at this time?
I'm on Medicare.
Okay. And have you access to a free medical clinic?
To a free what?
Medical clinic?
No, I got regular doctors because some of the positions I got, but I still have to pay a fee for certain things too.
I understand. So you have a copay and deductible?
Sir?
You have copays and deductibles, I guess.
On certain things, yes, sir, and you know that don't help with gas and
food and stuff like that. Like I explained, there were various different things that I had to add. I didn't have access to that I normally would because of the closing of a lot of stuff. It's not that I don't get those kind of certain services. The problem is that extra things that I was getting, it all closed down and stopped to help add to the situation that would normally help me out. So, I mean, I wish they would pay for my gas for different things and going to the doctor, and you know, I still have to pay a certain fee for medical medicine and different things. So, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but
Yes,
you know,
ma'am.
this.
Would you be willing to call the company if they gave you a toll-free number for assistance with your electric bill?
Yeah, but at the time, a lot of stuff was going on with me with the attack on a dog. Dogs attacking me and stuff. So I've been going through a lot of medical stuff. So
I understand.
Now I'm in a position to try to seek some help to get back on track.
Good. So what I'd like to do is ask you to get a pencil or a pen and something to write on. And Attorney Gissendanner with the company will give you a toll-free number for you to call and see if you can get some assistance with your utility bill, okay?
Yes, sir. I sure appreciate that. I'm gonna start seek it out, and you know, like I said, I don't have no problem with Dominion now because it's a new company, but it's a good. It was just at a bad time that things happening, and I will seek more help. And as the pandemic subside and the cures and all of these things come by, you know, hopefully we all can get back on track. But it's nothing against nobody. Okay,
well, we'll
sir.
be praying for you, and I want you to stay on the line because we're going to get you a toll-free number for you to call for help, okay?
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you for calling.
All right. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Ms. Richard?
Hello, ma'am?
Ms. Richard?
Ma'am? I think Attorney Gissendanner, I think she, I think we lost her. Did we lose her, Ms. Boyd?
Yes, sir, but I'll contact her and give her the number that Mr. Gissendanner gave earlier, the 922.
8802.
Yes, sir.
1-800-922-8802. Is that the number, Attorney Gissendanner?
Yeah, 922-8802. And Commissioner Urban read my mind. That's what I was going to offer up to her. And we have people standing by ready to talk with her as we speak.
And Attorney Gissendanner,
I would appreciate it.
What's the name of this line?
It is, I don't know that it has a specific name, but it's a group of customer assistance personnel that we have standing by during these night hearings or public hearings to take calls from individual customers.
So it's a customer assistance line that's only active during the night hearings, the public hearings?
I believe that I'd have to check. I believe that there may be another number, but I believe this group is available at this number from 8 to 5 as well. But I'd have to confirm that it's the same number. I believe they're available from 8 to 5 Monday through Friday as well. But I can confirm that.
And how long will they be available this evening?
Today they will be available until 45 minutes after the conclusion of the hearing.
Okay. So everyone under the sound of my voice, if you need customer assistance or interested in customer assistance from Dominion Energy, South Carolina, please call 1-800-922-8802. Again, that's 1-800-922-8802.
And Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to state for the record, I have confirmed that this customer assistance line is staffed every day every weekday from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. So if they can't reach us tonight within 45 minutes of the close of the hearing, they are certainly welcome to to call us tomorrow morning anytime from 8 to 5 at this same number, and it's our customer assistance group.
Understood. While we're talking about customer assistance, this may have been addressed already, but I haven't addressed it from the bench. Miss Yolanda Telfair called in to say that she had trouble reaching the customer assistance line or customer assistance team. The Public Service Commission of South Carolina's staff will reach out to the company with Ms. Telfair's information so you all can make contact with her.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Please call the next witness.
Our next witness this evening is Angela Harmon. Angela Harmon, if you will please pause to be sworn in, at which point you can provide us with your name, your town of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and then your testimony. Again, please pause momentarily to be sworn in. Thank you.
Ms. Harmon,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
if you would raise your right hand for me, please.
Okay.
Okay. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you very much. If you'd give us your name and your town where you live first, and whether you're a Dominion customer or not.
My name is Angela Harmon. I live at 406 Cross Street, Lexington, South Carolina, 29073. I was born in Lexington County, and I've lived in Lexington County pretty much all my life, with the exception when I moved to Anderson for classes at college up there.
And are you a Dominion customer?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You can go ahead and give your testimony at this time then. Thank you.
I thank you very much. I would just like to thank you guys for all that you do. I do appreciate Dominion's customer service. I've had a great response with them. In fact, they I don't run my heat and my air because I can't really afford my bill as it's been, especially since COVID has hit. So I have not been running heat, and I've not been running my air conditioner in summer either, because I try to keep my bills low, which you'll notice they range anywhere from $30 to $60. I really can't afford an increase at this time. I've been furloughed. I don't know when I'm going to be able to go back to work. I do have an underlying health condition. I have Alzheimer's. My father passed over to Alzheimer's in 2011. So I'm in the early stages of that. But right now, financially, I think I'm not just speaking for myself, but for everyone else, financially right now is just not a good time to increase our electrical bills, because I can barely afford to pay what I have right now. I'm living on a penny budget right now. And if it wasn't for the stimulus check I just got the other day, I just paid my electric bill this morning for 2 months. I caught it up. And I was very blessed that we did get the stimulus, but I'm very concerned what's going to happen after all this. I mean, and this COVID just doesn't seem to be going away. Nobody seems to be, I walk around and I see people gathering in groups and not wearing masks, and it's just like no one takes this very serious. And I do, because I don't have medical insurance, and I would not be able to afford the medical bill. I would have to sell my home, which I live in right now, and the state just came out here and paved my roads, and I've got $43,000 worth of damage done to the foundation of my home from the heavy machinery on because my house sits like on an island. I got a road in front of my house and a road down each side, and it comes to the back to a dead end. And a good bit of my property got taken, which I'm okay with that. And they still haven't put my fence up, but I'm going to have to battle with them over $43,000 worth of damage from my foundation from the heavy machinery, and I just don't know what I'm going to do.
I can't sell the house with damage, and I would like to downsize, because it's just me that lives here. But right now, I'm facing the issue with trying to get, Public Works in sync with me about the damages that was incurred when they were putting the roads in, and me not having a job, and it's just, I'm so stressed out. I try to social distance. I only go out once I have to, and right now, I couldn't even afford $5 more a month right now, to be honest with you. I mean, if you guys could wait on this increase until you're not in the United States gets in a better financial position, I would be okay with that. But just like right now, I can't really afford an increase in anything at this point, and my property taxes went up on me. I think it was almost, I don't know if it was 100 or plus, 150, something like that. And so that set me back too. So that stimulus check really helped me out a lot because I was able to get the electric bill paid and my property taxes paid. But I wish you guys would really reconsider this rate increase at this point in time.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your testimony with me, with us. Are there any questions for this witness?
Sir?
Just asking if anyone has any questions for you. I don't think anyone does. Ma'am, thank you for sharing your testimony. Please enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, and I appreciate you guys listening to me. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
Our next witness is Michael Chris. Michael Chris, if you will please pause to be sworn in, at which point you can provide us with your name, your town of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and your testimony. Again, please pause to be sworn in. Thank you.
Mr. Chris, if you would raise your right hand, please, for me.
I have done so.
Okay. Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. If you would just start with your name and the town or city where you live, and let us know if you're a Dominion customer or not.
Michael Chris, Lexington County, Dominion customer.
All right, sir, you can go ahead with your testimony.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for making this safe and convenient form of testimony available and for your patience today. I am Michael Chris, residing at 108 Gold Road near the town of Lexington. My wife and I have occupied this single-family home since 1996 and been customers of SCE&G, now Dominion Energy, for those 24 years. So we are among the many ratepayers who subsidized the losses of SCE&G's abandoned nuclear power plant projects. In late 2017, we purchased a $30,000 8-kilowatt rooftop solar system installed by Alder Energy Systems of Charleston. SCE&G efficiently completed the interconnection to the electric grid and subsequently provided detailed, transparent billing for the system operation, which has continued under Dominion Energy. Over the last 3 years, this solar system has generated over 20 megawatt hours of clean electricity. According to the Solar Edge online platform that monitors our system, this generation has avoided over 31,000 pounds of CO2 emissions. Our solar panels are providing an average of about 40% of our household electric demand, which includes 2 electric cars. An essential element of our solar system investment was the availability of net energy metering through at least 2025. Dominion Energy's proposed subscription fee and basic facilities charge increase for our 8-kilowatt system would add $644.40 of fixed costs to our annual bill starting in 2026. That would eliminate over 75% of our annual solar electricity savings and extend the remaining system payback period from 9 years to 40 years, well beyond the expected life of the system. Distributed solar electricity systems connected to the grid are part of the necessary transition to clean energy generation. Instead of discouraging such investments, Dominion Energy should be expanding opportunities for their customers to realize the economic, environmental, and grid resiliency benefits of on-site renewable power. That requires a solar choice metering tariff in the spirit of the South Carolina Energy Freedom Act. In the future, I want Dominion Energy to offer a time of use rate that incentivizes overnight charging of our electric cars, and the option to buy into community solar farms, and the choice of purchasing more of our grid electricity from renewable energy sources. I'm disappointed that Dominion Energy didn't notify us specifically about their proposed solar system fee increases, but appreciate the Public Service Commission's extra effort to hear from their affected customers. Thank you.
Mr. Chris.
Yes.
This is Chairman Williams. You finished in exactly 3 minutes. How much time did you spend practicing?
Sir.
I could tell. I could tell. Well, thank you for providing such a detailed and succinct testimony. Questions for Mr. Chris?
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Irvin.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chris, thank you for your testimony this evening. We appreciate your patience and willingness to share your concerns. What do you think would be the best case solution for solar customers like you going forward?
I'd like other customers to have the same opportunities we have had. So that's going to require a fair solar choice net metering tariff.
And so, as you know, we have a docket pending on this hearing for the rate increase, which is not directly addressed as solar meter tariff. It'll be addressed later. But what do you think we should be thinking about going forward?
I trust the judgment of the Commission to make a fair tariff for the rate increase, as justified, presumably, by Dominion Energy. I'm willing to pay an extra amount for our electricity if I can choose renewable energy sources.
Thank you for your comments and your suggestions. We appreciate your calling in. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, if there are no more questions for Mr. Chris, we will move to our next witness. Mr. Chris, thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate you taking time to share your testimony.
Our next witness is Nathaniel Tillman. Nathaniel Tillman, if you will please pause to be sworn in, at which point you can provide the commission with your name, your town of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and then your testimony. Again, please pause to be sworn in. Thank you.
Mr. Tillman?
Yes, yes.
If you would raise your right hand, please.
Ma'am?
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. If you would start with your name and your town, and then let us know if you're a Dominion customer or not.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm a customer.
Okay, could you give us your name and the town where you live?
Nathaniel Eugene Kilman in 129 Brooklyn Circle.
Okay, sir, you can go ahead and give your statement.
Where you want me to come in?
Right now.
Now?
Yes, sir. The floor is yours.
What's your address? And where y'all are located at? I'm not sure. But I just had a letter saying exclusive,
Mr. Tillman?
sir?
Yes, sir. Now, you do know that you're testifying in a broadcast that's being streamed over the internet regarding Dominion Energy South Carolina's application for rate adjustment
Okay.
before the Public Service Commission of South Carolina.
Yes, sir.
This is your opportunity to share with us your thoughts, feelings, concerns regarding that application.
Yeah, I could.
Do you have testimony you would like to share with us, sir?
No, I don't have any, but I can, answer to, how I feel about it.
How do you feel about it?
I think it's okay. They're doing a pretty good job.
Okay. Does that conclude your testimony, sir?
Yes, sir.
Any questions for Mr. Tillman?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Tillman, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Please enjoy the rest of your evening.
All right.
All right, folks, that concludes the public.
Mr. Chairman?
Someone called who requested to be heard.
I think, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Anderson. Okay, there were some people we tried to reach earlier today, Mr. Chairman, and at least one is on the line right now and is prepared to testify.
Okay, who's testifying?
Ms. Uniqua Anderson?
Ms. Anderson,
Yes, speaking.
could you raise your right hand for me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. If you would first give us your name and your town that you're from, and also let us know if you're a Dominion customer or not.
Uniqua Anderson, North Charleston, South Carolina.
Ma'am, you can go ahead and give your testimony.
Okay. Well, I just know that I've been with Dominion Energy since the change over to SC&G, and since I know that it's been like I've been like overcharged a lot because I don't really use a lot of energy in my home, and my bills are tending to be like very high bills, and that was.
Ms. Anderson? Ms. Anderson, excuse me for interrupting. There's a lot of static on the phone. Can you speak directly into the phone? We're having trouble hearing you.
I'm actually in a hospital right now, so I'm not able to like really speak too loudly.
Okay.
Is it okay if maybe I let my husband speak for me? Is that all right?
Is he also a Dominion Energy customer?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, that'll be fine. I understand that you can't talk loudly where you are, but I mean, I think you're talking into the phone a little bit closer, and we can hear you a little bit better right now. Do you want to try to continue?
Well, I have a doctor that just came into the room, so if he can speak for me, I would really appreciate that.
Okay, we'll start over with your husband. If you'll put him on the phone.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Can you give us your name, please?
Yes, my name is Brian Anderson.
Can you spell that for me?
Sure, BRIANDERSON.
Okay, Mr. Anderson. And do you reside in North Charleston?
Yes.
And you're a Dominion customer?
Excuse me?
You are a Dominion Energy customer?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, would you raise your right hand and let the court reporter swear you in?
Sure.
Okay?
Mr. Anderson, do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Did you? Okay. Mr. Anderson, please proceed and tell us what you want us to know about the rate case.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Could you repeat that, please?
Okay, y'all had asked to testify about Dominion's rate case. Would you please tell us what testimony you want to give to the Public Service Commission about Dominion Energy's proposed rate case?
Okay. Well, I know that I feel like we was being overcharged. Most of the time, we wasn't using air conditioning or heating, and all the lights was pretty much out in the house except for maybe a room or two, and the bills was pretty extremely high. Due to that, I know that there has to have been an overcharge. And you know, that's been the case with SE&G for Dominion took over, but it was even higher than.
Okay, we appreciate that. Is that all you want us to know?
Yes, I believe that's it.
Okay, hold on just a second and let me see if anyone has any questions for you about your testimony. Any questions from any of the parties or commissioners?
No, I have no questions.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, thank you for your testimony, and I hope that everything works out well with your wife.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you, and you have a blessed new year.
You too. Thank you very much. Ms. Boyd, is there any other witness? Yes, ma'am. Mr. Robert Ballantyne is now available to testify.
Mr. Ballantyne, if you would please pause to be sworn in, at which point you can provide the commission with your name, your town of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and then may tell us your testimony. Again, please pause to be sworn in. Thank you.
My name is Robert Valentine. My address is 21590 Low Country Highway, Ruffin, South Carolina. And yes, I'm a Dominion customer.
Mr. Ballantyne, if you would raise your right hand for me, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You can go on with your statement.
I just wanted to put my 2 cents worth in. I think this is the worst time in the country, in 100 years in the country. And to have a rate increase right now puts a lot more hardships on a lot of families who are having a real tough time. And our government can't seem to make up their mind whether they're coming or going. And we realize the price of living and stuff goes up, but wait until the state can take the hit. This is just not the right time, and it's wrong for them to even consider this right now. And that's pretty much all I wanted to say about it.
All right, thank you, sir. Does that conclude your testimony?
Yeah, except for I urge everyone to call the Senate and let them know what's going on, because I certainly did, and they couldn't believe we were having to pay 20% for something we had nothing to do with, and now we want another 8%. When does it stop?
All right, sir. Are there any questions for this witness? All right, sir, there are no questions for you. Thank you for taking the time to join us this evening.
Thank y'all so much, and thank you for trying to help us all, and Merry Christmas, or Happy New Year, and God bless.
Thank you, sir. Same to you.
Thank you. All right.
Our next witness is Sabrina Richardson. Sabrina Richardson, if you will please pause to be sworn in and then provide the commission with your name, your town of residence, your status as a Dominion customer, and then may proceed with your testimony. Again, we ask that you please pause momentarily to be sworn in.
Ms. Richardson? Ms. Richardson, can you hear me?
I can barely hear you.
Okay, I'll try to speak up. Is that better?
Yes, ma'am, a lot better.
Okay, good. Could you raise your right hand for me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you would give us your name first and your town where you live and whether or not you're a Dominion customer.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Sabrina B. Richardson, and I live in Charleston, South Carolina.
And are you a Dominion customer?
Yes, ma'am, I am a Dominion customer.
Okay. If you would go ahead with your statement now.
Okay, I noticed in my bill there's a lot of things that they're trying to raise the rates on, and I, for one, I am receiving disability, and I can't afford for the fluctuation in the bill. I can't afford for them to keep raising these rates and then not giving me a full clearance and understanding on what's going on and why they're raising it. I do home dialysis, and I cannot afford for my lights to ever be cut off. They don't have a local office where I can go in and sit down and speak with anyone anymore to talk about the bill and find out why, you know, all these different charges are occurring as far as the rates they are, you know, wanting to charge.
Understood, ma'am. Does that conclude your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Are there any questions for this witness?
No, sir, not at this time.
Excuse me. All right, ma'am. Thank you for sharing your testimony with us. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
You too. Thank you, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was our last witness. I want to say a few things. I have to commend the staff here at the Public Service Commission for doing an outstanding job going above and beyond to make sure that every person who signed up had the opportunity to speak. Some spoke less than 3 minutes, some spoke more, but I think for the most part it averaged out. Something that I think was lost in translation, if you will, or due to the virtual nature of our proceedings, is the fact that this is a hearing just like any other hearing before the Public Service Commission, regardless of the fact that it's virtual. Attorney Stark did a great job laying out the ground rules, but what I've noticed is that because we were reaching out to the witnesses during a specific time block, they didn't have the opportunity to hear that unless they were listening to the entire broadcast, which at times it seems that was not the case. That being said, I believe it was one witness who did not get sworn in. Because this is a hearing that follows the rules of evidence, if you're not sworn in or if you're not affirmed, then your testimony is not going to go into the record. That being said, I asked that the commission get in contact with George Brown to determine whether or not he is willing to be sworn in and provide sworn testimony on Thursday during our public hearing at that time. Thursday, we start the final public hearing at what time? At 6 p.m. At 6 p.m., we start the final public hearing. Is there still time to sign up?
Yes, sir.
All right, so there's still time to sign up. We stay here until the last person is heard. We were scheduled to go until 6 o'clock. You see that it's 6:46. The Public Service Commission is working tirelessly to make sure everybody who wants to have their voice heard has opportunity to have their voice heard. We even heard from 2 in-person witnesses tonight. thanks to the innovation and collaboration of the Public Service Commission of South Carolina staff and the cleaning company they hired and all the other safety measures that were put into place to make sure that we're COVID safe. Anything from the parties? Are the parties still with us? All right, we will start tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you for joining us.